Greetings, folks. Sorry for the delays. I'm having internet issues. I just hope I'm coming in clear now. Maybe put a 1 or something if you guys can hear me clearly, if I'm coming through clearly. And welcome to a response to my good friend Mike Winger. Okay, it sounds good. Sweet. Alright. Yeah, just right off the bat, Mike Winger, I've known him 2017, I think was when I first met him. 2016, 2017. I actually had him on one of my first streams on this channel. Was I did an interview with Michael Heiser, and this is back when Mike wasn't he's God has blessed him by bringing his YouTube channel up. Like, this is his mainstream ministerial work. He does a good job. He's definitely a brother in Christ, and I'm so happy to see how far he's come. In fact, I remember encouraging him. This is back easily sometime in 2018. He would play his sermons in his church. He did one particular sermon on faith in Hebrews. I think it was Hebrews 11 or somewhere there. And I would tell him that I would listen to his sermons while I would jog along the beach or do exercise or something like that. Some sort of like outdoor activity, and that would be playing in my headphones. And so yeah, but life is such that you sort of you then do your own thing, right? So he's been doing his own thing, and I've encouraged him to keep going with his channel. Sure enough, it's become very popular, and now recently he's been tackling this particular issue of the Women in Ministry series. And yeah, he's still he's in that complementarian mode, but at the same time I'm noticing a nuance between complementarian and egalitarian. My position is, and he knows my position, I'm completely egalitarian, but at the same time his nuanced approach is quite refreshing. And I've been following his series. I think there are some good argumentations that he's laid out. I think he's done a good job actually of making men more so, not so much women, but men more so, understand that if you were to go the complementarian route, how you should not abuse that role. I think that's a very important, if I was to summarize all the hours worth of content he's produced on this series, that's probably the number one takeaway. That it's in a nutshell Ephesians 5, the husbands love your wives, that sort of ethic and perspective that men ought to have. It sounds like a no-brainer, right? It sounds like, well, of course I would love my wife that way or something, but yeah, it trust me, there are men that whether it's through tradition or certain upbringing or maybe some sort of psychological trauma or whatever, there's an unfortunate lowering down of that man's mate or partner, that even subconsciously, that depending on how the wife or his partner deals with it, it can become toxic. So yeah, so that being said, this particular video is in response to, it's in response to this particular very niche part of a series, which is the head covering. the reason why I'm even responding to it is because I think, apart from, I mean, I can make a lot of responses to his whole series as a whole, but that would take a lot of time, and at the same time, there are a lot of things I agree with, and if I was to review his series, it would be like easily 70-80% of agreement, and then the other 20% would be a lot of like nuancing of the very slight disagreements. But this is the one area that I think I completely, like, in a high 90% range, I completely disagree with. And I'm saying this all in love. I'm saying this with all due respect. And his interpretation of this passage, in light of the larger context of Corinthians, especially from chapter 8 to 11, and I will I'm going to get into, near the end of this review, I'll get to the larger context of Paul's, like, overall argument of, from chapter 8 to 11, and that is, it's all to do with worship. So specifically, if I was to show you guys the particular paper that I'll be using in my response, let me just quickly share my screen about that. I won't read this right now, but I will, just to preface this. So it's by Benjamin Giffen, and it's Eat, Pray, Love, Sacrifice, Eating, and Ritual Sexuality as Unifying Motifs from chapter 8 to 11. And I actually have the preprint version of this, just for the sake of, like, he published this in 2018, and he gave an SBL talk. To be honest, I think this is one of those rare papers that, a particular scholar who, it's not published in peer review, but it is in the process, and I think it's one of those papers where a scholar's tracking on something that, as far as all my readings of, like, all the Corinthian commentaries and so on, he's really nailed down a very interesting, collected argumentation that Paul makes. So in responding to ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ as testicle, just to run straight to the reason why I'm responding to Mike Winger. Benjamin over here is basically suggesting that if you were to just isolate that verse and just read it, this really radical reading, that hair is given as a substitute for, and then the Troy Martin article arguing for testicle. If you just to focus on just the semantics and the etymological nuance of that word, you're sort of just missing the bigger picture. And I like his approach over here, and this is why I'm still convinced by not only Martin's work, which I'll get into, the semantics from that Second Temple perspective on the sexual nuance of this passage. And now Benjamin showcases what he's calling a unifying motif. So when you come down straight, I'll read this whole paper, but just to show the chart form over here. Let's see if I can zoom in more. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just remove my screen. Okay, so see how you have from chapter 7 to 16, okay, but specifically 8 to 11 is his focus here, but from 7 to 16, so 7 is all about marriage and singleness, then it gets into idle meat and Christian liberty, and then it gets into the community assembled for worship, and then all the last stuff like resurrection, final matters, and so on. So that's the outline so far. And notice the build-up, right? Notice you have, I mean, in a way, it's like, it's chronologically appealing to um, technology of life. So marriage and singleness. So that's before anything that happens with respect to growing up. There's this issue of marriage and singleness. Then once the person reaches a certain maturity to understand things religiously, there's all the superstitions that takes place. And then specifically now as a Christian, what does it mean to be the community assembled for worship? And then what's the end goal of a Christian? The final end goal of a Christian is resurrection. Obviously in Jesus. So in the context of marriage and singleness, notice you have instructions for marriage and instructions for virgins. But now when it comes specifically down to, okay, what's going on, not only in the context of Corinth, so you have to take into account Paul's polemical argumentation for a Corinthian body. So ritual eating and drinking. So here you have sacrificial food, communing with non-gods. Apostles have priest-like rights to live off sacrificial food, right? And then notice chapter 10 gets into Paul's pesha on the Old Testament context as a bridge. He's bridging, just as what happened in the past. How does this also reflect first century Christianity moving forward? So Israelites receiving spiritual food, the manna, the water, the rock, the grumbling about the food. So hence communing with Christ or with fallen divine council members through drinking and eating. So which one is it? Do you drink the cup of Christ or do you drink the cup of demons, right? And then now in the context of ritual eating and drinking, simultaneous to that is the sexuality side of things. So if you have the apostles having a priest-like rights to live off sacrificial food and so on, well, guess what? Apostles also have priest-like rights to marry for companionship and procreation. Same thing with the Israelites. If the Israelites was receiving spiritual food, drink, and so on, well, sexually, what was taking place in the Old Testament, there's the sexual worship of the golden calf, and with the Midianite women and their gods. So, in contrast then to and by the way, this whole chunk over here about eating matches the sexuality here. So then by the time you reach chapter 11, just before you get to the important instructions for the Eucharist, well, chapter 11 is a huge chunk that's not dealing specifically with ritual eating or drinking. And so notice then that, and as Benjamin points out, Paul focuses specifically on women now, women prophets, serving in a priest-like role, mediating revelation, and then we get into this issue of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, and does it mean, what does that mean? Because, a lot of translations give the translation covering, right? So a woman's long hair as part of a reproductive system should not be displayed in worship of Yahweh. So Troy Martin's argumentation is that if a woman's long hair represents her genitalia, then that's why women in those times would cover her hair or their hair. Otherwise, it would act as a form of being nude in the or you're showing your genitalia in the presence of Yahweh, so to speak, especially in the Christian assembly as well. Okay. So that being said, let me just check something here. Okay. All right. Let's see how the comments are so far. Alan D says, can you please expound on both approaches? Thanks. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the complementarian, egalitarian approach, so for me, the egalitarian approach is man and woman equal. Mike Winger's complementarian approach is it's like a nuanced, like classical complementarians are a subordination. Yes, they will admit, and this is why I find it contradictory. They'll admit things like, no, but we believe women are in the image of God, and they're equal in that sense. But sexually, there's one above the other. At the end of the day, the man has the last say. Winger's approach, which is something I appreciate, is that he wants to salvage the complementarian approach, and at the same time take the positive, powerful arguments that the egalitarians provide, and then tweak, basically blend the two. And to be honest, that's technically where I sit as well. If I was to just openly say I'm egalitarian, that can also become toxic, because then it's like who then has the certain roles and whatever, becomes very granular and very open-ended, and which then again, life circumstances is such that, what about those marriages where, say, a husband is disabled? I know of many couples that have a husband who's disabled, but the wife is fully functional, and she's doing a lot of the roles that the husband would have done otherwise. It doesn't mean that she's above him now. The point is, there is no one way on how to operate. And this is why I end up with the egalitarian approach / heavily nuanced Mike Winger's complementarian approach. That you're both in the image of God. You both have gifts that neither one of you have. So the man has gifts, the woman has gifts. They complement each other. Even in the sexual act, they complement each other. But one should not lord it over the other at the end of the day. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, that should be the argumentation. But you have denominations and you have churches that say things like, oh, women should not teach, or women should not lead. It's like, okay, then what do you do with, say, like the entire book of Hebrews that's written by Priscilla? I mean, okay, let's go down the route that Apollos wrote of Hebrews, right? Okay, if Apollos wrote Hebrews, it's still Priscilla, because Priscilla is the one that taught and corrected Apollos. So, anyway, I don't want to go into a little bit of a rant there, but, yeah. Okay, now, let's start with a clip. Let's actually go through Mike Winger's stream. And what I'll do is I'll skip around, in this last segment, and then from there we'll break down the argumentation. So let's hear what Mike Winger has to say if you haven't listened to it already.
The annoying one. All right, the annoying one. I'll explain why I think it's annoying. I'm not like being in the flesh about it, but I'll explain. The question is this whole thing really based on the ancient medical idea that women's hair functioned as a testicle? We're going to spend a lot of time on this because it's complicated, and it's very hard to get anybody who's actually trying to arbitrate this debate that's going on. But the basic idea here is a guy named Troy Martin came in recently and said that Paul's argument from nature in verses 13 to 15, when he's like, doesn't nature itself teach you? It's a real problem. He thinks it's a very serious problem for all of our modern traditional interpretations of this passage if you translate it as a covering in verse 15. In fact, verse 15 he sees as a major problem. Let me just share it with you right here. All right. If a woman has, for her hair is given to her for a covering. And he goes, oh, that does not work if her hair is given instead of a covering. He ultimately solves this problem by saying that Paul was not saying a woman's hair is instead of a covering, remember that word, Paul was actually saying that a woman was given hair instead of a testicle, right? Adult stuff here. This, he says, unravels the true meaning of 1 Corinthians 11, which so far throughout church history has eluded us. If you just understand that Paul was calling a woman's hair a testicle. I find this annoying because it feels inherently irreverent towards scripture, and because it's not really strongly grounded, but there are many, many, many who are quickly jumping on this interpretation. Allow me, you guys, to explain and evaluate this interpretation, at least offer my 2 cents, because I think that it's really problematic, and it offers no benefit to understanding 1 Corinthians, tons of problems, and it's not sufficiently grounded. I'm making bold statements because I want you to understand at least the broad picture where I'm at on this. Let me walk you through the debate. So to explain and evaluate.
Okay. The first comment over here is I appreciate Mike's careful assessment that discussions like this can go down an irreverent path. Like I completely agree. This is something that people who don't have a certain maturity, or they have an axe to grind, or they want to maybe make a mockery. It won't surprise me that that they would do something like that. Now, but before, okay, so that that's one comment to make about that. Now, the second comment to make, though, in response to Mike, is that that's the immature folk. Those are the folk that just betrays their immaturity. You don't, like, for example, you don't see, doctors and nurses or those in the medical field who have seen things and have learned about things, or have, worked on things that you would be absolutely horrified. Anyone would be horrified by. They've, welcome to the grotesqueness of life. I mean, if I'm using that there, not to put anything down or be rude or anything, but there are things in life that you just, there are people that have gifts to accommodate those situations. What about really terrible, grotesque things that take place in war and killings and freak accidents? And, life is not just all like roses and, skipping and singing hymns. And life is, the genuineness of chaos comf is such that if you want to really go down the gutter, you can. But it doesn't mean you have to become immature about it and make a mockery, or that somehow that robs you from, like if you're approaching it maturely, that robs you from worship to God and, stuff like that. Okay. Now, I just want to emphasize that Troy Martin, this is something in defense of Troy Martin. Troy Martin's not some slouch either. He's an exceedingly established scholar. In fact, here is if anyone here knows about this publication, this is not easy to publish in. The fact that he's been able to publish this with this publisher goes and shows that his work has been well received in scholarship. This is a 2020 publication. It's basically a pooling together of all the scholarship and the papers that he's put together. So, like, as you can see over here, he's written on, say, early Christian salvation, right? There's the contents you can see. I'll just zoom in some more. Let's see. Yeah, so now notice, as far as healing scholarship goes, like medical texts in the Greco-Roman sense, Corinthians is not the first passage he's dealt with. He's dealt with similar stuff like, 1 Peter 2:24, this issue of circumcision. So as you can see, he's written plenty on New Testament, with respect to New Testament studies and that scholarship. So by the time you reach, now notice, pneumatology, right? Early Christian pneumatology. So ancient medical texts newly rediscovered the medical background of biblical breathing. Paul's pneumatological statements and ancient medical texts. Like Martin is a specialist when it comes to Greco-Roman medical genre. And then when you get into early Christian life and practice, which is a natural, like once you have this as a background, right, and then you get into then Christian life in that period, now you're dealing with things like, in this case, the testicle situation that, that's being discussed over here. So, Paul's argument from nature for the veil, a testicle instead of a head covering, and then when Mark Kudeka made a response. So this one was published in 2004. This one was published in 2013. Mark Kudeka published his paper in 2011. So it takes a long while to, for these publishings to, for peer review to work and, reviewing and responding and so on. But I just want to showcase that Martin is no slouch. He's a genuine scholar. He knows what he's talking about. And, I just wanted to lay that out first and foremost. Now, with respect to, let's see. With respect to biblical scholarship, there is a book very recently published. Okay, I'm just bringing it up now. In fact, it was published this year. It's only just been released. So again, this is in response to Mike Winger's careful assertion about that it's very irreverent. It's irreverent to the Bible if you start going out. If you start making things like testicles, and so this book was published last month, October 2022. Now notice the title of this book. It's called Sex, Violence, and Early Christian Texts. Here are all the relevant scholars. In fact, some of you may recognize this particular name, Laura Robinson. Laura Robinson is an up-and-coming New Testament scholar under Mark Kudeka. Her husband runs the Apocalypse YouTube channel, and Laura has been on Pine Creek's channel a few times, or before, like a lot of you know about Laura. Anyway, so she's published in this text, but there's one particular scholar in this text, Joshua M. Reno. So his I'll get to his chapter in a moment, because I just want to emphasize again that if you're dealing with Greco-Roman stuff, and if you're dealing with New Testament stuff, you have to deal with, trust me, there's a lot going on in the underlying Greek that a lot of the so-called Sunday school approaches to the Bible deliberately avoid, because of the very adult, mature themes and motifs that's at play, even down to vulgar humor and vulgar sarcasm and vulgar rhetoric. Believe it or not, it's in the text. It's in the biblical text. Now, does this mean that the biblical text is suddenly irreverent? No, it's just welcome to human language and human culture 101 back in those times. And it's no different today. People today are very easy and quick to run with vulgar terminologies if required. So, I'll just read the preface to this. It's like, examples of it appear with a disturbing level of frequency in the literature of early Christianity. This collection of essays explores these occurrences in canonical and non-canonical Christian texts from the 1st until the 5th century CE. Drawing from a range of interpretive lenses, scholars of early Christianity approach these writings with the goal of identifying how their authors employ the language of sexual assault, rape, and violence in order to formulate and support various rhetorical and theological claims. Individual chapters also address how and why these episodes of sexual violence have been ignored or sometimes read in a way that would make them less problematic. And so, as a collection of all these essays, it examines these texts carefully, ethically, and with an eye towards shining a light on the scourge of sexual violence that is so often manifest in both ancient and contemporary Christian communities. Okay. Now, that being said, what I found quite curious is that, and the reason why I'm bringing this particular text up, is that Joshua M. Reno, so this is in chapter 9 of that book, Paul Trading Barbs, Sexual Invective as Gendered Violence. In this chapter, right, and he's going to go, I won't read all this, but the point is he's going to use two extreme examples. So like Paul's brazen wish for genital mutilation in Galatians 5, and Paul's insidious exploitation of virginity discourse in 2 Corinthians 11. He's going to do this where he's going to sketch the milieu of ancient sexual slander, its tropes and functions in Greek and Roman sources. Okay? Now what happened is that Joshua references, guess who? Let's see if I can zoom in. Guess who he references? Troy Martin's work. He actually references Troy Martin's work over here. If I can, let's see, bring up where he references the work. So, the Corinthians received. Oh, actually, wait. You know what? I'll go to the specific page on that. Oh, the page is missing because it didn't. Anyway, the point is, so I'll just keyword search that again. In footnote 62, that's the reference to Martin's work. And so he's arguing within the Corinthian context that pneuma, the Greek word pneuma, can also denote semen. And, on he goes with the argumentation. I'm just using this as a very quick example that there's present-day publications utilizing Martin's work. It's not just Martin's just written some random work, and no one's utilizing it. Okay, let's come back to Winger's video.
Evaluate this new interpretation. We need to look at the scholarly battle that has taken place between Troy Martin and Mark Goodacre. So Troy Martin's the one who promoted this. Right? There's 3 scholarly articles ultimately that were written. The first, Troy Martin. He says in his article called Paul's Argument from Nature for the Veil in 1 Corinthians 11:13-15, a testicle instead of a head covering.
Another thing I want everyone to notice, and again in response to Mike here, is that this is, notice the publisher, notice the publication. It's JBL, Journal of Biblical Literature. This is a leading publication. Again, Troy Martin's no slouch in this. He's not like, there's other publishers that I can think of that are also reasonably good and so on. But JBL is like considered the flagship standard. So I just want to point that out. So then when Mark Goodacre responds back to Troy Martin, sure enough, Goodacre is an able scholar, and he's responding to this paper that's published in this, journal. And there's an expected response, and Martin does do, as you point out, that Heiser points out, that Martin ate Goodacre's lunch. But we'll get to that, and I'll show why he did eat Goodacre's lunch. And also, let me just say this: Goodacre, I actually really like Mark Goodacre as well. I disagree with Mark Goodacre, but I recommend all you guys check out Goodacre's work on Q, Markan priority, his recent in discussions and engagements with the histories of Jesus in light of Jesus mythicism and all that stuff. So Goodacre I love Goodacre. He's an awesome scholar. It's just that when you see Martin's response to Goodacre in the 2013 paper, so this is 2004, Goodacre's 2011. Martin's paper in 2013 seals the deal in my opinion.
And in modern scholarship, you'd be surprised how many people are like, I'm going to read that. That's interesting. But yep, they will. And so it quickly got a lot of attention. So this is in 2004. He puts up this article in 2004 in the Journal of Biblical Literature. His paper said that the secret to understanding 1 Corinthians 11 was to recognize that Paul and others at the time thought that a woman's hair functioned as a sperm receptacle. And that was what Paul was talking about in verse 15. This was not just Troy Martin. Okay, most papers just kind of sit in obscurity. A lot of them don't really get read much. It's kind of sad. This is the reality of things. But this paper was popularized by Michael Heiser recently in his podcast. Now, Michael Heiser, who I love, even though I would disagree with him, and many people would be like, "Well, you're wrong, Mike." That's fine. I don't care. That's the whole point of this thing is to give you both sides and let you decide for yourself. But I'm not going to hide my views. And so, Dr. Michael Heiser talked about this in his Naked Bible podcast. And nothing gross about the term Naked Bible. He just means sort of like you're just going to examine the Bible for what it is and not dress it up in any different way. But number 86, podcast 86, he looks into this. And in various videos online, you see this podcast has really spread. A lot of people have heard about it. I have been personally asked, you guys have sent me messages. What do you think about Mark Goodacre's testicle thing, right? What do you think about that, Mike? We're going to get into that in detail right now. So Mark Goodacre published this paper in 2004. It's been popularized by Mike Heiser. As Mike Heiser acknowledges, 7 years later, a response came from Mark Goodacre. And he wrote the paper, Does Parabolion Mean Testicle in 1 Corinthians 11:15? And so he argues a whole bunch of points against Troy Martin's paper. Then 2 years later, in 2013, Troy Martin responded to Mark Goodacre. And according to Michael Heiser, Troy Martin ate Mark Goodacre's lunch. His words, not mine. And I'm going to say I disagree. That I think there's people, just be patient and work through the data with me here, y'all. Let's see how it goes. So his response was called Parabolion as testicle in 1 Corinthians 11:15, a response to Mark Goodacre. Now let's talk about the key issues that we need to deal with. This thing is overly complicated, but I did my best as a teacher, hopefully a good teacher, to simplify it as much as I could. 3 main issues you can separate the whole debate into. 1, did people at the time think that hair functioned like a testicle? Okay, is that even in the historical background of the time? Number 2, did they specifically use the word parabolion? That's the word in 1 Corinthians 11:15. God's given her hair for a covering, for a parabolion. Did they use that word to refer to a testicle? Okay, that's going to be a big issue. We're going to get into detail on that. The first 2 questions will go to show 2 key things. 1, this weird concept about hair was a real thing at the time. And 2, that you could, at least potentially, use the word parabolion to communicate that weird biological view of hair. So it would send out a signal. Hey, that's what I'm talking about when I say that word. There's going to be problems with step 2. Number 3, the third step, and the third key issue here is, does it make sense to see that meaning in 1 Corinthians 11 specifically? Step 3 is where the least energy has been spent and where most of it should be spent, because that's where this whole hair as a testicle view falls apart. So
now, with respect to point number 3, the pause is sort of like, you can't really read it. Does it make sense to...
So here we go.
Anyway. But basically, does it make sense to the chapter 11 passage? It does, when you see the way Heiser then utilizes this particular argumentation with respect to his work in reversing Hermon. So if I bring up his reversing Hermon chapter. So remember, reversing Hermon is all about, if any of you don't know, I recommend you get this book. That phrase Hermon has just a massive background context with respect to the location. So the mountain itself, Hermon, the Mount of Transfiguration Jesus was on. Hermon is the HQ of the gates of hell, basically. You have what's called Bashan territory. There's just a lot of supernatural elements going on from a literary context with respect to the Second Temple and Old Testament and Ancient Near Eastern stuff, right? There's a lot going on in that context. So what Heiser does in this book is that he wants to trace first and foremost the origin of this context, so Genesis 6:1-4, this whole Watcher tradition, and the Nephilim stuff, which then leads to the mythical corruption stuff, right? This chaos kampf of all this cosmic, very dark cosmic things going on. Over here, reversing Hermon in the gospel. So there's a reverse. In other words, the new vital And notice the layout. So you have the birth of Jesus. Then not just, I mean, this is obvious. The Christian church has focused too much on the human depravity part, which is like, the sin problem, and are we depraved, totally depraved, the Calvinist Arminian debates, all that stuff. Yeah, I agree. This becomes a very nuanced view, especially in Second Temple depravity context, right? But now, what about other areas like in this case? Using the head covering here as a litmus test or as an example to sort of give a little bit of a hint or a heads up that there's a lot more going on in the worship context than just having a reaction of, oh my gosh, look, there's a testicle reading or a possible testicle reading. Heiser's approach here is a much more broad brush perspective. Okay. Let's come back to the video.
Let's look at the first question. Did people at the time think hair functioned as a testicle? And the answer is going to be, to many, surprisingly, yes-ish. Sort of. I just want to clear, yes, but I want to clear up one thing that I think Troy Martin has obscured a bit in the way he's talked about it, in my opinion. Did people at the time think hair functioned as a testicle? Okay, Hippocrates, and Troy Martin did a bunch of work on this, has tons of resources and quotes and stuff like that. I'm just going to offer a quick summary. Hippocrates did teach, and he's the father of modern medicine, although it doesn't mean he was modern in his medicine. Hippocrates taught that a woman's body was more porous than a man's body and acted like a sponge. Okay, that's what he taught. He also taught that
more porous, but not like a sponge. He didn't say it was sponge-like. Rather very leaky, very porous, because of the difference between what happens in the womb that then brings about the differences in the sexes. So, and this is something I'll read up in my actually, you know what, let's just go there. Let's just go into ancient Greco-Roman medical stuff. So I'll just stop sharing my screen here. I'll bring up my Sentinel commentary on Mark. Okay. Now, what I was writing on over here is in the context of the woman who had the issue of blood. Okay. In Mark 5 verse say 25, it starts talking about, like, after he heals the daughter of Jairus, a random woman approaches him and is portrayed as suffering from chronic bleeding for 12 years. And there's a lot we can go into theologically, and the really awesome ethical issues and so on, plus her desire to reach out, touch his robe, and if she can get healed, and stuff like that. But notice that Mark, first and foremost, is writing to a Greco-Roman audience. Okay? And Mark's gospel is considered the first gospel as well. And if he's writing to a Greco-Roman audience, I would expect then, as scholars have pointed out, that he would utilize terms and concepts that a Greco-Roman reader would immediately understand. So, for example, we just skim through readings like, her bleeding stopped at once and she felt in her body that she was healed from her illness. And then, Jesus became aware that power had gone out of him. We just, we read this and we're so dislodged from the significance of such readings like this because we're completely unaware of what I'll get into in a moment, and that's this notion of what's known as a humoral theory in Greco-Roman medicine. So what I'm saying is, why is Mark saying what he's saying over here? Like, why this notion of she felt in her body that she was healed, or Jesus became aware that power had gone out of him? This notion of transference and what does this mean that the bleeding stopped? Is that, stopped at once? Is that something that's like actually happening, which I believe it did, but at the same time, just the nuance of the language, like what are the underlying Greek words associated with this? Is there a very subtle wordplay going on at the medical level? So now notice this. So the humoral theory was built primarily on the premise that good health is a result of proper equilibrium within the body, whereas illness is caused by an imbalance. In other words, they hypothesized 4 humors that make up the body. So phlegm, blood, yellow bile, and black bile. So here's a so-called balance, right? Now, if you're female, okay, if you're of the female, you're physiologically you're female, you fit the more wet, water, and cold side of the scale. If you're male, you're more of the hot, fire, and dry side. All right? And this now notice this. The reason why this is also a possibility is because this relates to when your mother may have been conceiving you. Was she conceiving you during winter, or was she conceiving you during summer? Even the seasons are associated with, like, for example, spring, there's like a childhood, but autumn is like old age. And so this is the humoral theory aspect. And now, so good health was achieved through the equilibrium of these 4 humors. It's a right temperature of moisture. Otherwise, the body becomes ill when there is an overabundance or deficit of one of these elements. In order to restore health, the abundance or deficiency must be addressed through the application of the opposing element. In this way, a body that was too dry would be restored through the introduction of additional moisture. When the body produced unusual symptoms, it was not simply that there was a problem with that particular part of the body, as we might consider in modern medicine, but instead the whole body was ill and suffered a dysfunction involving the entire person. This led to gender being closely related to the image of balance espoused in the humoral theory, and this will become important when we look at the masculinity of Jesus in relation to this woman he encounters. So in other words, gender was not simply understood in the sense of one's genitalia, but rather it was understood to exist on a sliding scale between men and women. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start reading from these ancient comments as well. So let me just bring up Hippocrates over here. So he says, faithful of Pythias, who came home having borne children there's this notion of, because there's a lack of menstruation, well, what sex deals with no menstruation? The male body. So there's this notion of, because she's not menstruating, she started to become masculinized. She was, basically testosterone was kicking in and she's becoming more manly. Okay. So scale was designated for hot, which would in this case would be men, and cold, which would be plants, and in between were women and animals. This resulted in women viewed as undercooked men. Okay? This is the implication now, relevant with respect to how women were viewed in the Bible. Oh, wait. I'm just wondering. It says Farmhouse, you're saying streaming interruption. I think we may have missed some of your data. Well, just let me know, Farmhouse, let me know if there's any more interruptions. So notice here that how women were perceived in this culture. They were seen as subordinate or lesser or the weaker vessel, right? So this resulted in women viewed as receive enough heat in the womb to become a male embryo, because apparently they thought 42 days. Then the male embryo was 30 days. This belief resulted in a distinction between men's flesh, hard, and women's flesh, moist and soft. So I say that a woman man, since this is so, the woman's body draws moisture with more speed and in greater quantity. Okay, so when Mike Winger said that okay, you lost my reading of Hippocrates. Okay, no, I'll still keep going with the stream. Hopefully it should clear up in a moment. So when Mike Winger said that a woman's body is like a sponge, not really. That's being a little bit too simplistic of what they're believing. So let's continue. So Candida Moss, she's New Testament scholar. I like a lot of her work. She's published for Yale. Scholarly works. So in the ancient world, sexuality was constructed using a sliding scale with either pole. The female continuum was hierarchical, and predictably, male stood at the top. Aristotle famously writes that women are incomplete males. That's basically, in a nutshell, that's basically the Greco-Roman argumentation. So now notice this, just to pause here for a moment. If women are incomplete men, this has important trajectory towards this notion of what does the woman lack? Male genitalia. Okay, what is the substitute for male genitalia? The long hair. You see where this is going? You see? So this is not new to scholars. I just want to point this out right off the bat. Okay, so she continues. So Aristotle famously writes this, that women are incomplete males. Like undercooked bread, female bodies never achieve the heat, dryness. Women are colder, they are moist, squishy, and porous. A hot, dry womb will produce both infants. A cold. Okay. Thus, the lifestyle of women was considered sedentary, leading to the view that the male body through exercise is able to transfer excellent. Posed a serious health risk, and measures were needed to be taken in order to prevent worsening symptoms, which can include death. So again, Hippocrates says, thus, quote, the female is based more on water and grows with things cold and wet and soft in food or drink or activities. The male is based more on fire and clearly grows with things dry and hot in food and other aspects of lifestyle. Therefore, if one wishes to beget a female, one must use a diet based on water. If a male, one must engage in activities based on fire. In general, the male is hotter and drier, the female wetter and colder, not only because at the beginning each was engendered or grew in their respective conditions, but once the male makes use of a more hard-working lifestyle so that he gives off heat and is out, but the female uses a wetter and more carefree lifestyle and makes her purgation, right? Her purgation here would be the porousness, so in this case even menstruation, right? Makes a purgation of heat from her body every month. So what would have been the equivalent of heat generated in a man's body, but a woman doesn't produce that heat, so there's a purging of what would have generated the heat in the man's body, and that is this excess blood. And that's what's taking place, according to their interpretation. So in light of this Greco-Roman context, an important question was raised. Can there be a male savior for women? Thus, for first century Christians, does the maleness of Jesus privilege men, or imply a gender hierarchy? Are women lesser, since God came as a man, and not a woman? If both male and female were created in the image of God, are only men redeemed, since God specifically took on male flesh? Notice the significance of the story because Jesus disrupts and complicates gender. In other words, Jesus looks unmanly in the Greco-Roman world. Elite males living in the Roman Empire were the ones largely responsible for who is a non-elite Jew from Galilee. Notice the implications here with the common Christi in Philippians 2, right? The hymn. If there's a crossing of the human and the divine, although he was in the form of God, right? But he did not grasp that equality like something to steal or something, but rather the only direction by which he could go is to go down, not up or above the Father. He's already equal with the Father. So the only direction he can go is to go down. And when he goes down, right, when Jesus comes down, there's a crossing of that boundary from divine to human. So, in that sense, if he's coming into the human sphere, both men and women are part of this. Like you're like what Paul says in Galatians 3, you're neither male nor female, you're all one in Christ. So another scholar, Brittany Wilson, she says this: the question, can a male savior save women, operates on the assumption that gender is a fixed polarity. We have seen, however, that biological markers did not determine manhood in the ancient world, and that Jesus' own biological markers were subject to cultural perceptions. Understandings of gender always depend on context, and Jesus did not look manly in his ancient context. Furthermore, Jesus' body is not static, but porous and constantly in flux. By his very nature, Jesus upsets the polarity of human and divine as well as male and female. And here's the point. It's because Jesus is God in human flesh, it's because of the incarnation, that Jesus disrupts our preconceived categories, including our conception of gender, for Jesus embodies this categorical disruption within his very body. So, notice that when the woman touched his robe, she at once felt in her body that the bleeding had ceased. Literally in the Greek, the flow of her blood dried up, and she was healed from her illness. So in other words, Mark describes this woman's bleeding as not just stopping or ceasing, but specifically drying up. Thus, it is this aspect of the story that is significant for the Greco-Roman audience, since the mode of healing appears to represent the traditional Hippocratic model of seeking balance and treating one's sign of illness with its opposite. So in other words, this hemorrhaging woman is too wet and has to be cured through the process of drying out. And because of this, some critical scholars assume that the drying out of the woman's womb relegates it as essentially menopausal, or in anticipation of the genderless existence of God's kingdom. But such a proposal assumes that the drying of the womb transfers the woman's body from one that is too moist to one that is too dry, and that this is apparently permanent. It is unlikely that Mark is implying that the woman has been healed through menopause. Why? Because both conditions, which is the womb that is too wet and the one that is too dry, were associated with infertility in the humoral theory. In fact, it was believed that if the uterus was too dry, then it was considered a greater cause of concern, since it could lead to what they call the wandering womb. Now, the reason why I'm highlighting that over here and why this is important, the wandering womb thing, because Mike Winger in the video will summarize what he understood to be, what he understood from Troy Martin's work, and Winger rightly understands that everything originates up here in the brain. Semen, the fetus, everything has to come up here and then transfer around. But the reason why I'm preempting that discussion is because Winger doesn't understand, as far as I know, he doesn't understand how that's transferred down to the belly. And here's why. It's this thing called the wandering womb. So this is the belief that the womb would wander throughout the body in search of moisture, and if a woman did not have enough intercourse, also within the opposite wet case of excessive bleeding, her womb would ultimately become too dry, which in turn could create harmful symptoms in women, supposedly hysteria. Thus it would be illogical for Jesus to heal one form of bodily imbalance, only to relegate her to another bodily imbalance. Thus she felt in her body that she was healed from her illness. So in other words, I believe that when Jesus healed this woman, she was completely normal. She was functioning completely normally. In other words, she did have her menses again, but it was all normal. It was in the regular cycle, which means she was fertile, right? It's like as if she's a healthy young woman. So this is evident in the Hippocratic medical statement that says, women who have the uterus cold and dense do not conceive, and those also who have the uterus humid do not conceive, for the semen is extinguished. And in women whose uterus is very dry and very hot, the semen is lost from the want of food. But women whose uterus is in an intermediate state between these temperaments prove fertile. Okay, thus, just as the woman immediately felt in her body that bleeding had ceased, Jesus felt in his body that power had gone out of it. Notice the beautiful, significant change that takes place here. It is now Jesus who is porous and leaking, and it is he who is hemorrhaging his power to heal. So that's the interplay that Mark's doing over here. What Mark is trying to say is, hey, you guys who perceive yourselves as the stronger and the more significant because you had the privilege of being cooked better in the womb, whereas you women, you didn't have that privilege. So in other words, the male body is not penetrable. Mark's subtle nuancing here is touching on a lot of points where he's tackling that issue of, hey, Jesus' body is masculine, he's a male, but yet it is penetrable. And a subtle hint, or like a wink, that the only way for it to be penetrable is if you have a divine being that's able to penetrate it. So Mark is subtly proving the deity of Jesus, simultaneous to discounting the medical beliefs of the day. Like he's hitting two birds with one stone with that. So Candida Moss, there's a huge chunk quotation here where she's, let's see. I've summarized basically what she says here, but get this down. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything else I should read. Yeah, I'll read these two. What Candida Moss says here. So she goes, in the narrative, Jesus mirrors the flow of blood from the woman. Like the woman, Jesus is unable to control the flow that emanates from his body. Like the flow of blood, the flow of power is something embodied and physical. Just as the woman feels blood, just feels physically, the flow of power leaves his body. Both the deceased woman with the flow of blood and the divine protagonist are porous, leaky creatures. The drippy, in preference to less pejorative terminology, is deliberate. The notion of leaking implies weakness or failure. A leak is a tear in something that should be solid. The more theologically palatable concepts of Jesus emanating or radiating power to render the porosity positive. By using terminology of bodily weakness inappropriately to refer to divine power, I intend to underscore the contrast between assessments of human and porosity. Using either of the Greco-Roman model of disease reviewed earlier, the Markan Jesus appears weak and sickly. He is unable to control, regulate, or have a porous body. So she's talking here not so much the divine being that incarnates the body. She's talking about the body itself, the physical human body. And this makes it ironic. He is not only acutely porous, he is unable to regulate and control his own emissions. Which is, again, notice the play. It's like, just as she was unable to control, supposedly he's unable to control. According to both models, Jesus is weak. The nature of his porosity may enable the Markan Jesus to heal others, but his physiological makeup resembles that of the sick and diseased. Even if he is the source of healing, the Markan hero is himself physiologically weak. His powers use the pathways of bodily weakness and illness, uncontrollably leaking through his broken skin. Moreover, in the narrative, it is the sickly woman who exerts control over the body of the physician savior. It is the woman who is able to pull divine power out of the passive leaking Jesus. To be sure, this ability is framed using the typical Markan language of faith, but there is no the power that she exerts over his body. This is something of fortunes for the physician and the patient. Here, the disabled woman ably controls the body of the spiritual and physical physician. The mechanics of the healing not only reverse the power dynamic between patient and physician, they also subvert traditional models of contamination. Alright, and then finally, the last comment is over here, where she says, even if Mark's presentation of the body of Jesus has troubled some, it is not necessary to suppose that Mark himself views the porosity of Jesus' body and the leaking of divine power negatively. Porosity was viewed positively in the context of ideas about divine beings concealing themselves in human form. The Epiphany motif, which is the idea that gods travel the earth in disguise as human beings, before revealing themselves in displays of greatness, was a well-established convention of Greek mythology. The human shells that these inhabited, in disguise, could barely conceal their divine brilliance and glory. Descriptions of divine beings traveling frequently refer to their shining faces and the way that their bodies emanated light. The principle of divine light flooding through the confines of the fragile form provides another example of the inability to regulate the boundaries of the body, viewed positively as a sign of power. Vestiges echo in the background of the Markan transfiguration. Notice that, right? How interesting. This is in Mark 5, where you have a type of transfiguration taking place. If you think about it, you have the glory of Christ, his power literally penetrating or making his physical male body porous to heal this woman, and then finally the grand version of that transfiguration or his power that just completely passes through is in Mark 9. So Vestiges of this idea echo in the background of Markan Transfiguration, in which Jesus' face shines as brilliantly as the sun. So the woman's response to Jesus may add further weight to this reading. Following her healing, the woman approaches Jesus with fear and trembling. This response is the standard biblical response to a theophany. It is also in Greek mythology the appropriate response to the epiphany of God or a goddess. It may well be, therefore, that some readers interpreted Jesus' porosity as another clue to his concealed identity. So regardless of whether the reader finds the use of Greco-Roman models of healthy and sick bodies convincing, the narrative parallels between the woman with the flow of blood, and that's unmistakable. It would therefore appear that the woman with the flow of contrasts with both Jairus' daughter and Jesus. So many interpreters have read the contrast between the two bodies as an example of divine the woman affecting Jesus, while the woman becomes dried, hard, and more mad. The Markan protagonist, physician, remains porous, leaky, and effeminate. That the body of Jesus is positioned at the center of a march over here, but this is also very relevant context within Markan scholarship to see Mark's gospel as utilizing collation and, or in this case, Markan sandwiching about women, femininity, and so both Jesus and the woman appear porous, unregulated, and weak. But porosity, however, is not may have suggested to those familiar with such myths that Jesus is divine. That this is the underlying main argumentation over here. So the healing of the woman with the flow of blood serves two purposes. It inverts the traditional medical power dynamic in which a physician imparts healing to a patient. Having abandoned the more mainstream medical practices that had made her worse, the woman pulls power out of Jesus himself. The body of Jesus serves as an alternative healthcare system, free and accessible to the expensive and ineffective physicians the woman has already visited. I really love this bit that Candida Moss. I really love this bit, the way she makes that point, because the Markan text emphasizes that she spent all these years and all this money, trying to find a solution to her physical ailment, and Jesus is like, it's an alternative healthcare system that's free and accessible. And then finally, second, the story implicitly undercuts the association between porosity and weakness so prevalent in the ancient world. The porosity of Jesus serves a positive function. It facilitates the woman's cure and stands as a marker of a hidden divine identity. Even if in the rest of the Gospel Mark, cathartic scourge, his own body continues to remain porous and uncontrolled, contaminating others with divine power. Okay, now that I've done that, I'll close that. Let me just go through the comments so far. If anyone... I hope I haven't been cutting out. I hope the internet's been smoother. Okay, here we go. Here's the trolling taking place already. All these bots. Okay. Farmhouse Theologian, have been watching Dr. Fox series on Gnosticism. This reminds me of that author take on women having to become a man. Yeah. No, that's exactly right. Actually, that's a very good connection you're making there. Brilliant connection. Basically, that is why the Gnostics held to that belief. because of this Greco-Roman medical context. Do you see now how there's a one-to-one correlation? In order for her to, or women, to have some sort of salvation, well, the story says Jesus became male, or God became male, or incarnated into a male body. So then, what's the implication? How do women get saved? God didn't become women. Ergo, somehow a woman has to become a man to then have the connection. And what is the New Testament argumentation for this? That there's already in the text, there's already fail-safe responses given within the text that will automatically refute all these heretical ideas. So things like in Mark 5 with this bleeding woman situation, or what we'll get into in next, the head covering issue, and hence this notion and teaching which goes back even before the Greco-Roman era, the creation mandate, Genesis 1 and 2, both man and woman made in the image of God. So just because God becomes man or incarnates into a male body does not necessitate that the male body is more special. So yeah, that's a good connection you just made with that. Okay. What a beautiful take on this passage to demonstrate the true humility of our Lord Jesus. This is a showcase of why I love scholarship. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, now let's come back to Winger's video.
A woman's glands and her hair had that sponge-like function, and they would also, not only, what are they sponging up? Well, it's specifically to sponge up reproductive fluids during intercourse. So the woman's body pulls the male reproductive fluids up and pulls them up so they can be stored ultimately in the abdomen. But the glands and the hair of a woman provide a suction that enables reproduction to take place. That was his belief at the time, right? And he's not alone in that. Aristotle taught that hair length in men and women impacted their fertility. For men, it was viewed differently, right? Because they have different functions in sex. So reproductive fluid is made in the brain, according to Aristotle, right? Actually, a lot of people would believe all the fluids are made in the brain back then. Reproductive fluid is made in the brain, and it has to travel through the body before it can be given to the woman. So it has to make a journey from here to there, right? Every hair follicle kind of impedes this. So if you're a man and you have really long hair, your hair is kind of like a sponge too. Men and women's hair is like spongy kind of. And the problem with men with long hair is, as their sperm has to travel downward through the body, it has to fill up all the hair first. And this would create a problem where men could be infertile if their hair is too long, at least potentially. Every hair follicle that passes on the way will soak up some of it, so there will be less to use. So a man...
Just to emphasize a bit of a clarity here, that is true. In other words, just put it another way, the reason why they hypothesize the hair follicles as being hollow, and I don't know what's going on with all these bots. Anyway, if anyone here can put, what I'll do is let me just open the, I'll make one of you a, so Farmhouse, I'll make you a moderator. Anyone else being a moderator? You can control the chat. Okay. I don't know what's going on with all these messages. The reason why they hypothesized that hair acted like this spongy-like thing is because the first thing they noticed was when you sweat, it's like, oh look, it looks like liquids are coming out exactly where the hair follicle is on the skin. So that's point number one. And point number two is the male body is more naturally hairy everywhere compared to the woman's body. A woman's body is like practically hairless, except for this very unusual feature of having just a whole like a lot of hair on the head. That's an unusual feature. Again, we have to put ourselves in their shoes. We have to think the way they're thinking psychologically. Like they're coming at this not with modern medical science that we have today. They're looking at anthropomorphically. So here's a man's body, here's a woman's body. They both look practically the same. So they both have 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth, ears, head, 2 arms, 2 legs, body. Everything looks the same. Even if you're talking about even the chest area. Yes, you have, women have breasts versus men who have a more, say, muscularized, and they don't have, the breast tissue. But you see, this goes down the porousness or the wetter stuff that I just was talking about, the humoral theory, that where the breasts are more filled out because they have excess fluids. You have to think like a Greco-Roman person. You're laying these two bodies side by side. Okay, the breasts are slightly different, but if you're talking about, say, the nipples, and it's still the same. Where are the key differences? Ultimately, the key differences. So not so much the hair. The hair, yes. A man's body is mostly hairy from head to toe. A woman's body is a lot of hair on the head, practically no hair on the body, and that's it. But where's the key difference? It's where the genitalia is. That's the key difference. So remember when I said, not just me, but when Aristotle said that women are incomplete men. Literally, there's phrases like, women are nothing but castrated men. And therefore what they lack, which is the genitals, what they lack, there's a substitution in place of that, and that is a lot of this hair on the head. So this then goes into, okay, when you mention that, fluids, and in this case the semen stuff, like that all originates in the mind. Okay, but it's not that men have long hair and therefore that makes them more infertile, although that's true, because that's according to the theory or their hypothesis. But it's more so in the context that there's an imbalance with respect to how much hair is allowed to allow the pathway of the semen to flow. So in other words, hair on a male's body acted as a sort of like a runway, or like a road, so to speak. So in other words, if you have an equal distribution of hair going down, then basically, now notice this, the as I just read a moment ago, the male body is hot and like it's rigid. So how is it able to? There's no such thing as excess fluid, which is, again, notice I just read that from the humoral theory. Women are more prone to excess fluid, and that excess fluid is released through this in her porousness and leakiness, which would be things like menstruation, and even when it comes down to producing milk in the breast tissue, and all that stuff. So but for a man, all that, so what would be considered excess fluid for a woman is utilized to generate heat, muscle, and semen. So because a woman is not producing semen, they believe that semen came from blood. So what would have become semen is excess fluid in blood, and hence the release through menses. But for a man, he's converting all of those liquids into reproductive fluid, starting from up here, and then as Martin will point out, the bags of flesh translation for parabolon, that bags of flesh is what, again, bags, the testes. It's what collects that excess fluid, but the excess fluid has been converted into semen, and then that semen then is then ejected during sex. So that, you see that, and so therefore, if he has hair equally distributed down his body, you have then a filling out of, that, I guess you could say, the masculine fluids. Like, I'll just keep it very, like, I'll paraphrase the stuff. It's like, they believe that semen basically permeates the whole male body, because the hair is not only equally distributed down the male body, but is maintaining an equilibrium of where there's a transference down to the testes down. So he has to have short hair, or like normal size, like head hair, so that it doesn't unbalance the sucking power, so to speak, of the hair follicles going down. So in sex, notice that there's no hair on a woman's body except for up here on her head, right? Which means if she were to then, now notice this language, if she were to have the wandering womb, looking for moisture, or if she were to have this notion of where she's very leaky and porous, hence no need for hair, right, on her body except for the head hair. So if a man were to then eject the semen-like fluid into a woman in sex, how does that then transfer up to the head in order for it to then fertilize or congeal? Well, they didn't have the conception of fertilization, so let me just retract that statement. Literally, the semen congeals to then be transferred to that wandering womb, to then the baking process starts. So naturally then, she has to have what would have been considered as a complete imbalance for the male, which would be this long hair, because they have a distribution of hair everywhere to allow for that transference down, right? So if he has too much hair, it's an imbalance. There can't be any distribution. So she has all this excess hair as this gigantic, like, sponge, to draw up all the fluids, specifically the semen-like fluid. And so that's why she doesn't have body hair the way men have body hair. Because if she had body hair, it would not be drawn up here. All the more, she should not have a shaved head. Notice that implication, according to this theory. If she had a shaved head, there would be a complete imbalance with the transfer of all these liquids. So, what is then the implication of a woman's head hair in this sense? It means then that her head hair is part of the reproductive process, and it acts as a covering. And this is where we get into the nuance of parabola. And I mean, Troy Martin, he interplays between scrotum and testicle for the rendering. The word generally means covering, like a garment, but then the word also has metaphorical uses to mean so for example, when the Bible speaks about your garment, so like let me show you the relevance of what I'm saying over there. So for example, in Revelation 3, I've already set this up so I can use it. So in Revelation 3 verse 5, when it says, the one who conquers thus will be clothed with a white garment, well, guess what? Parabolon is used over here. But what type of garment are we talking about? Is it actual clothes? Or does parabolon also speak about the physical body? So that means the word, it doesn't have to mean clothing. like actual clothing garments, it can also imply metaphorically the actual flesh or the substance by which you'll be quote unquote clothed with. So in other words, a white garment is a way of saying your glorified body. And here parabolon is used for, this deified ontological substance that you are clothed with, so to speak, or that you are, or that you become. Right? Hence this garment of eternal life. Okay. Let's continue with the video.
And should have short hair, lest he soak up all the fluid and be unable to provide it for the woman. Now, the function of hair in women is similar but opposite, right? Hair serves as a sponge, and it pulls the fluid upward after she receives it from the man. So if she has long hair on her head, it just provides like pulling force. So a woman having long hair is good. She's more fertile that way. The hair aids the suction power of her uterus and other body parts. Her whole body is seen as just more spongy and providing more suction than a man's in general. So yeah, hair had a function like that, at least in medical thought amongst, I don't know if the average everyday person had any awareness of this. I don't know if Paul did or not. Maybe he did. Did he believe it? I don't see any indication that he did. We're going to talk about whether he's using that idea in 1 Corinthians 11. So is that like a testicle? Well, sort of. It's in the sense of storing or attracting reproductive fluid, sort of. But it wasn't unique. And this is where I think Troy Martin may have just slightly, you might get the wrong impression as you're reading his work, his first article, because hair functioned not in a unique way as a testicle. Like you look at a woman and you go, her hair is like his testicle. Like you wouldn't do that. You would think her entire body and her hair have a function that aids in suction, and that helps in reproduction. And the man's hair has the same function, but it will harm him, which is why we keep his hair short. So it's not exactly hair is like testicle. No, it's not. Really, men and women's hair both had similar functions. That's why they had to be cut differently. So it wasn't make or break either, because the entire woman's body was seen to be sponges. Sponges? Is that a word? That's probably not a word. But anyway, it was seen to be spongical-like. And this means that a woman who had her hair cut off could still possibly become pregnant. It was just that they consider that more challenging, more difficult. So we should grant that medical thought of the time did hold that hair helped in reproduction. We shouldn't grant that it functioned as a testicle exactly. That's a little bit of a spin off of, I think, what the data gives. But that's what Troy.
Yeah, I agree with Winger over here. But at the same time, I think this is a slight straw man of Martin's work. So I agree with the careful nuance of what, ironically, Mike Winger is making my point and is making Martin's point. So Martin is going out of, I suppose you could say, saying it bluntly, like, let's just translate a testicle. But then that word itself, a lot of people immediately in their mind, they concoct up ideas or like an image that a woman's hair is like this elongated testicle or something on her head. No. The testes or testicularum, the Latin words for testicle, like what that connotated, it's, in other words, it's the function of testicles. It's not that it is a testicle. And I think so. This is my pushback against Mike, but at the same time, I appreciate his subtle admission here that it's not just this how you and I would automatically think, oh, testicle, therefore it's like this, right? So, okay, let's continue with the video.
Martin goes on to say, so yes-ish. Question number two, did they specifically use the word parabolaion that way? Because the only thing in 1 Corinthians 11:15, at least in Martin's first article, that pushes for this view is literally one word, parabolaion, covering. Her hair is given to her for a covering, and he goes, well, parabolaion means testicle hair. Let's look at his case for that. So initially, he has to prove that parabolaion can mean testicle at all before suggesting that Paul is using it that way. So initially, Martin offers two ancient quotes, which he'll change his tune a lot later on, but he offers two ancient quotes that show that it was in fact used that way, to show parabolaion being used to refer to a male testicle. One is from Achilles Tatius, and Achilles Tatius uses it to refer to sex organs of a man and the pubic hair of a woman, according to Troy Martin. Here's a quote that you can look at. I'll just read the highlighted portion for now. Their branches, which were in full foliage, intertwined with one another, and their neighboring flowers mingled with each other, their leaves, parabolai, overlapped, their fruits joined. Now, Martin takes this is called garden poetry in Achilles Tatius, and he takes this as an example of, well, let me just read to you his quote, how he interprets this term. The term paraplochi, flowers, alludes to female hair. The term parabolai, leaves, to the testicles in males. The term symplochi, fruits, to the mixing of male and female reproductive fluid in the female. Interestingly, the two related words are taken very differently. Paraplochi is taken to refer to female hair. That doesn't seem clear to me in the passage. there's nothing there that suggests that that's female hair. I mean, not on face value anyways. Parabolae is taken to refer to testicles, also not clear in the passage. As you can see, the translation refers to these things as other things, right? Leaves. So why are we saying these are testicles? So that's not clear in the passage either. The only place I notice where Tatius's book, because I got Achilles Tatius' book, so reading through a large portion of this section to try to understand it better. The only place I notice where he refers to a woman's hair specifically as something similar to this garden was a statement that her hair was like more beautiful, not even like a vine, but more beautiful than the vines. So the vines have some comparison to hair, but not the flowers. That's interesting. It just seems on the surface already we've got problems. And Goodacre's response to this first evidence of parabolae being used to refer to testicle, Goodacre's response shows some of these problems. So let's look at that. Mark Goodacre says, while it is quite possible that Achilles Tatius is intending to evoke sexual intercourse in the choice of imagery in his description of the garden, but the sentence in question does not provide a one-to-one correspondence between items in the garden and items in the human anatomy. This is just a very sober analysis, in my opinion. You can read I'm going to read more of the Tatius quote in a moment and recognize it is not reasonable to look for specific human body parts in every element of the garden. It just seems as though this was grabbed out of nowhere and used by Troy Martin to make his case. So let's read the Tatius quote with more content, and we'll show why this is probably not giving a one-to-one correspondence. You shouldn't look for hair or testicles or something else. Where's the Tatius quote? Boom. There it be. Okay, so let's read a larger section of it now. When the entombment was over, I hurried to my sweetheart who was in the garden of our house. This garden was a meadow, a very object of beauty to the eyes. Round it ran a wall of sufficient height, and each of the four sides of the wall formed a portico standing on pillars. Within each was a close plantation of trees. Their branches, which were in full foliage, intertwined with one another. Their neighboring flowers mingled with each other. Their leaves overlapped. Their fruits joined. Such was the way in which the trees grew together. To some of the larger of them were ivy and smilax attached. How do you say that word? The smilax? Hanging from planes and filling all and he goes on and describes a bunch of other elements in the garden. When you read this quote, even in its larger context, you will find in chapter 15 of book 1 of this work, there are over 20 different elements. Let me just read to you the elements. A meadow, a wall, a portico, pillars, a plantation of trees, branches, flowers, leaves, fruits, ivy, smilax, trunks, a garland, more vines, reed supports for the vines, the rays of the sun, the wind that moves the leaves, the shadow of it all on the ground, specific flowers like the narcissus and the rose and violets, a spring of water reflecting the flowers so that it looked like there were two groves, some tamed birds, some untamed birds, the birds are singing songs, the grasshoppers, swallows, peacocks, swans, parrots, cages for the parrots. These are all the elements that you're seeing in this one section, the same section, not out of context. Troy Martin only sees correspondence for two elements, and they too conveniently work for his case. His case does not depend on it being romantic garden poetry. It's definitely romantic garden poetry, right? It depends on seeing human body parts represented in specific parts of the garden. Now, some people make this mistake with the Song of Solomon, which is also romantic and has garden poetry in it, is they look for human body parts in every element of the Song of Solomon, and they just get weirder and weirder and more inappropriate as they do so. I think this goes way too far. It's meant to be vague. It's meant to be an illusion. It's not meant to be a one-to-one correspondence, it seems. Garden poetry could do that, right, if they wanted, but they can also just be giving romantic gardens, symbolizing love between animals and plants as a way of stirring up those ideas in humans. Martin also seems to have used his own translation. You wouldn't know this in either of his articles where he provides his own translation of things and doesn't tell the reader, hey, that's my translation. So here's a thought. I want to provide for you proof that parabolae can mean testicle. Here's my translation of an ancient use of parabolae, and I'm telling you it meant testicle there. This seems a little bit like the sound of one hand clapping. So Martin wrote a response to Goodacre. Okay.
Now before we continue with this video, a quick comment on let's just backtrack. Song of Songs, and then what I want to do is I want to actually go now and lay out Martin's case. I think Heiser does a very good job summarizing Martin's argumentation. But before we get to that, let's, the Song of Songs, right? Notice that Mike reacted to that going, oh, this is the sort of same thing we see in the Song of Songs, and like specifically in chapter 4, that passage is like full-blown, basically oral sex. It's, sorry to be crude, and if you have any children listening, don't, like, this is just, we're going now into like R-rated territory, but it's speaking about that. That's all it is. The mountains of myrrh and the hills of frankincense is a way of speaking about the Mons Pubis. In other words, Solomon's going to the Mons Pubis at the end of chapter 4. Like, if let me just bring it up. Songs. So there's nothing. The point here, though, I don't know why Mike is pushing back against this, but why should Mike be reactive against this? I don't have a problem with this, and I'm not. I don't know. My mind doesn't go off into like worried La La Land, like, oh my gosh, you're making this too sensual or something. I mean, Jews themselves considered the Songs of Songs as like the Holy of Holies. Like, that's what they call this text. It's nothing but just a beautiful song of Solomon describing Charlemagne, this woman who happens to be what she thought of herself as being less beautiful than all the other women in Jerusalem, because she was dark, because she worked out in the field, so she was like, she had like dark complexion, or and yet Solomon is, just before the marriage takes place, hence chapter 4 starts, look at you, you're beautiful, right? And then he goes into this, where he is describing body parts. Your eyes are like doves, your hair like flocks of goats, your teeth like flock of sheep, right? Your lips like scarlet thread, mouth is lovely, your temple. What is a temple? Behind your veil, right? It's to do with the head, the face. Your neck like the Tower of David. Your two breasts like two fawns. Now, notice he's breaking it down. So he's going from the top. He's describing the intricate details of the head, mouth, eyes, teeth, then the overall structure of the head, then the neck, then he's coming down to the breast area, right? And what's below the breast area? The mons pubis area, the belly and the genital area. So until the day breaks and the shadows flee, so basically all night, he'll go to the mountain of myrrh and the hill of frankincense. And by the way, I'm not making this stuff up. Arnold Fruchtenbahn, in his book Biblical Lovemaking. So Fruchtenbahn, Fruchtenbahn comes from the Hasidic Jewish line. Hasidic is ultra-Orthodox line. He's now Christian. He is a very interesting author to read. And he's a faithful Christian. He's a evangelical / Messianic Jew Christian, very conservative, and he wrote this text just to communicate from a Jewish perspective how Jews would understand this text because don't forget, this is their text, right? And notice how he, again, as a Jew, he's like, this volume is dedicated to my own Shulamit, Mary Ann, in all the spirit of Ahava. So, specifically in chapter 4, down over here, he says, Solomon has thus described the sevenfold beauty of his bride, her eyes, hair, teeth, mouth, temple, neck, and breast. This praise leads further excitement, and he begins to look forward to their first intercourse in verse 6. And here we go. The mountains of myrrh, hill of frankincense, refer to what is known in other literature as Mount of Venus. It's a reference to the female sexual organs centered in the area of the pubic hair, which covers a small mount. And having surveyed erotically the beauties of his bride, he is anxious to enjoy her completely and to have their first intercourse together. You see, so this is just what the text is. If you wanted to go down a more scholarly iconographic, ancient Near Eastern context of the passage, I recommend everyone get this work by Uthma Keel, The Song of Songs, a Continental Commentary. Now, Uthma Keel is considered, Fortress Press, 94 publication. Uthma Keel is like the scholar as far as iconography goes, so ancient Near Eastern iconography, and its connection to the Old Testament. Specifically, it sits in Laban, the situation that it's located in, and so on. Now, when you go into his commentary, notice that his commentary, because he's an iconographic scholar, his commentary is full of then going into the iconographic associations of the Song of Songs. So, like notice you have here say verse 2, let him kiss me over and over again. Your love is better than wine, right? Now he's going to go into then the ancient Near Eastern depictions of, okay, how did these people kiss? What do they do with kissing? Like what demonstrations do they provide with respect to kissing? And this is all his iconographic drawings detailing out how they would communicate these ideas and so on, and why Song of Songs is then drawing on these very graphic and these very graphic details due to the iconography. Then what about verse 5, chapter 1, verse 5, where it says, young women of Jerusalem, I'm dark and lovely, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. And now we get into, okay, this notion of dark-colored women and how there are religious connotations, certain goddesses and so on that fit this category. Now when you go to chapter 4, which is the passage I just read from, let's see here. So this is chapter 4. So here are all depictions as Solomon's describing, these, your lips are like scarlet thread, your temple behind your veil. So now we're going into these, again, iconographic details, showcasing that. If I come down to, let's see here. Yeah, here's iconographic details with the mounds and so on. If I come down over here, I was just looking for it. Yeah, stuff like this. So there's subtle polemics. So in chapter 4, verse 8, where it says, come with me from Lebanon, my bride. Come with me from Lebanon. May your journey from the top of Amana, from the tops of Sina, and notice this, Hermon. Because again, the mountain, the Hermon mountain range. From the dens of lions, from the mountain layers of leopards, So I'm not saying Hermon is connected to this. All I'm saying is the geographical mountains, again, in Canaan. These are all, again, well-known, established geographical locations. And sure enough, here's a goddess enthroned on a mountain range. Or here, for example, with a broad, sweeping step, Ishtar climbs a mountain at the same time kicking a fleeing god in the back. All right, here's Ishtar over here, kicking a fleeing god over here. Or how about this? The warlike Ishtar puts a foot on a lion, which she has on a leash. To her left is a star, which is typical of her. Across from the goddess stands an adoring deity. So here's another deity to her left, adoring Ishtar because of her prowess. So notice this adoring language, right? Because of her abilities, right? Ishtar's ability to do these sort of things, and then the male god is adoring this. The subtle polemic here is that at the human level, Solomon is adoring Shulamit. This is the polemical context of these texts. Okay, I don't need to explain anymore. I think you guys get the gist of this. So Mike, when you say that we run too far afield with these texts, my encouragement to you is the scholarship, and it's good. There's legitimate good scholarship in this. There's nothing wrong. I think it's a straw man. I think I say this with all love and respect. When you say something like that, it gives the impression to people to stay away from this type of scholarship. That actually doesn't mean any harm. It gives the impression that if someone in a church or Sunday school or whatever, if someone like me, if I were to tell someone in a congregation, like say if that person has heard you speak, and if I said, well, there's a lot more going on iconographically and sexually, with all that imagery, but then that person would then just react to me and say, well, no, but I listen to Mike Winger, and which is fine, by the way. I recommend people check you out and listen to what you have to say. But it'll give them like a fear, or give them the impression that I'm like a liberal Christian, or that I'm attacking the Bible, or these scholars that I'm also referring to, that they are attacking the Bible because they're thinking too grotesquely, or they're thinking too like they have sex on their mind or something. Again, it depends on the maturity of the person, the way they react to these sorts of things. But still, it gives that impression that nothing to see here, move along, and I know you're not that. I know you think carefully, you're a critical thinker. I know you like the scholarship, but yet my encouragement to you is don't be hesitant to appeal to critical scholarship, or like encourage people to check out the critical scholarship, because there's a lot of value in critical scholarship, I think. So, okay. Yeah, Farmhouse says it nicely. It's excessively prudish to shy away from the imagery that was intended as beautiful poetry. Yeah, it's a both and. It's not an either or. That's the point. Yeah. Basically, donka. Yeah. Okay.
But in the response to Goodacre, I just want to mention this Achilles Tatius thing. He just seems to have abandoned it. Like, he never said he was wrong, right? But he offered no significant response to these major problems that Martin Goodacre points out in the Achilles Tatius quote. So if you read the first paper of Martin, you should recognize that he seems to have just backed off of that, and I think rightly so. So we get to our second ancient source for why parabole can be translated as testicle, or why it can refer to a testicle.
Okay. Let's just quickly get into Martin's argumentation. So, because I think Mike, what you did there, I think you didn't actually lay out Martin's argumentation. You summarized the view, but you didn't actually read it out, I suppose. So and if anyone here has already read it through, kudos to you. But for the sake of this response video, I want to just lay out all the details, just flesh it all out properly, so you can make up your mind. So, but I think the person who has done this brilliantly, I think, is Heiser. So I'm going to be reading from Reversing Harmon, because Heiser is touching on a lot of other things surrounding Martin's work, which is relevant in this response. So Heiser says that this passage is one of the most enigmatic passages, and to the present study, one specific positing element of Paul it comes down to this, even more so than in the context of verse 14 and 15. So verse 10 of this passage is actually crucial. So several interpretations have been offered in the long history of scholarship on this phrase and the passage as a whole. The chapter will demonstrate the most sensible of Genesis 6 view, Genesis 6 1. So the floor of the passage, right? I won't read the passage because we all know the passage verbatim. And Heiser says there are three primary scholarly proposals for what Paul is thinking with respect to his angelic warning. So Lawrence Stuckenbrook, theology. So Paul was simply referring to human messengers or envoys from other churches. Paul is considered by uncovered, unveiled women in the Corinthian church. Is that in verse 23, if they're for the whole and outsiders or unbelievers enter, will They not say that you are out of your minds. Let's see if there's anything over here. Yeah. Were hostile archers. That's point number one. You guys can see this footnote I'm raising. Seems like I'm freezing though. Am I freezing to you guys? Okay. I'll just zoom out a little bit. Let's see if that makes it better. Okay. Footnote 205. I'll just read it. Maybe you guys won't see it, but I'll read it anyway. It says here, the notion that the unconscious is not harmed by the critical weaknesses of the supporting context. The rest of what Paul says in this passage does not fit the idea of human size, as this chapter will demonstrate. The full context of Paul's teaching makes the fourth all transgression of the watchers in mind. So, natural beings and roles might be transgressed, thereby to supernatural beings thought to be present within the local church, assigned by God to ensure community purity and proper worship. The emphasis here is church order, not creation order. So there are serious flaws with each of the first three options. In regards to the first option, while it's true that the Greek word angelos is used in the New Testament of human men, this is the assumption. Well, footnote 207 says the angels of the seven churches are another drawn 1423, that these mature believers sent to other churches for the purpose of ministry. So those who are idiotas, the untrained. And so apistos, like apistoi, the pistis is faith, right? So those without faith, so visiting the church, so they're not official envoys sent to minister. So one is hard put, however, to figure out how a reference to human leaders in the church connects in any way to what Paul says here. The second view is hardly better than the first, as it suffers from internal inconsistency. What does cosmic order have to do with hairstyles? And a lack of external support in Second Temple Judaism. So Stuckenbrook says, unquestionably, Paul is concerned with maintaining distinctions within divine order, both in verses 2 to 16 and in the whole letter as a whole. Angels guard this order, hear the distinction between man and woman, and presumably would take offense at a practice which violates this order as set forth in verses 3 and 8 and 9. A difficulty with this interpretation is that, surprisingly, there is hardly an instance in early or rabbinic Jewish tradition in which angelic beings are specifically assigned such a role, to say nothing about what such guardian angels would have had to do with the the third view is more promising than the first two, though it also had problems. What's over here? Okay. This view has been most forcefully put forth by Joseph Fitzmyer. However, he acknowledges, though many details about the wearing of the veil in antiquity, both by Jewish and Greek women, have been before us, none of them directly on the problem of the church in Corinth. We do not know the exact nature nor the origin of the abuse Paul was trying to handle. Several deaths Paul's angelic theology. In verse 10, and text describe a role for angels with respect to the ritual purity of Qumran community. Again, cited this way. These Qumran texts in turn reflect the belief more widely among the Dead Sea documents that the community, and possibly other communities as well, related to the self-understanding of the sacrifice, and mostly through the K4 manuscripts from Qumran. The community describes the heaven to stand in awe of the privilege they have to participate in this angelic cultus. Angelic worship as exemplary, and the human community to declare about Elim, which is the deities. They are honored among all the camps of the Elohim and revered by humans. So clearly the presence of angels in the community was related not only to its sense of well-being, but it's another form of worship that to which the community aspired. While I will argue below that Paul's teaching in this passage does indeed have something to do with creation order, view isolates that connection to liturgy. They command Gentile churches to accord with the practice of Jewish Qumran sect. Stuckenbrook senses this issue and points to transparent inconsistency with Fitzmyers' effort to resolve it. So I'll skip this down. This is just talking about, talking about creation order with the heavenlies, the earthly, and then the eschatological context, dealing with the glory. So Paul would have instructed the women of the congregation to cover those in accordance with the woman's secondary appearance of her glory is different from that given to men. So Fitzmyer explains an analogy to this text that the unveiled women would have been perceived by the angels as a bodily defect to be excluded from the assembly. So the covering would then, by way of for compensation for this deficiency, especially so in the presence of holy angels, with whom are associated an exemplary heavenly and pure worship of God. So in verse 10, Paul would be seen to advocate head coverings for women out of respect for the angels with whom the congregation's members understand themselves to be worshipping God. So notice this. This has a very subtle misogynistic flavor to it. That notice this. If a woman doesn't have head covering, so in other words, her hair is flowing, which, by the way, I read a study some time ago, but I forgot the name of it. But there is also the possibility of men to also cover their heads, in the context of worship. Anyway, the point is specifically for women. It's not getting still to the issue. This is why Troy Martin's approach is fantastic, because it showcases psychologically the medical beliefs that they were having more so than the misogynistic theological beliefs. In other words, you have the medical beliefs that then becomes utilized with respect to the Hellenized Judaism that is theologized to imply why women should be covering their heads. So in other words, women are defective if they just have the normal hair, without any veil and so on. If they just have the normal head hair showing in the presence of God. And supposedly the angels themselves would find that rude, or would find that problematic, or find that defective. This is why Heiser, this is why he says, if I come up over here, he goes, what does cosmic order have to do with hairstyle? It's true. There's a misogynistic I'm not saying these scholars are believing that. What I'm saying is these scholars are pulling out the nuance that's going to lead to Martin's proposal, which then, once you understand Martin's proposal in the light of what Paul has to say, that means Paul is also discounting the misogynistic massaging of their beliefs pre-Paul. Okay, so this is where it's going. So in other words, Paul is showcasing a much more egalitarian, if you want to say complementarian, but a much more egalitarian uplifting of women, just like in Mark's gospel, that woman with the menses, there's an uplifting of her ontological status with Jesus. So what Paul's going to do is he's encouraging what women actually are, not the way, say, in the Qumran community and elsewhere, this notion of that you have to have your hair covered, otherwise it's a defect in your worship. So I'm just going to block all these trolls over here. Alright, so despite Fitzmyer's efforts, Stuckenbrook points out several difficulties with Fitzmyer's thesis, namely that presupposes that Paul would have imagined that from the Christian community, since women are on ARG being instructed to cover their heads on account of their association with other defects which are inevitable to the difficult religious community and does not help to cover head covering and by women in and of itself. So, in other words, Fitzmyer's view only provides an analogy in his mind for quote-unquote marking women in a religious community. It never provides an explanation for what covering the head because of the angels actually means. Okay, now there is a fourth alternative, one that Stuckenbrook considers workable despite the fact that variations of it have been so categorically dismissed by a number of scholars. And this alternative is that Paul's teaching and his statements about women and their head covering in particular harken back to the sin of the Watchers in 1st Enoch. This will no doubt sound strange to many readers, but in what follows I will contend that Paul's teaching did indeed have something to do with the creation order and order in worship, but that something was informed by the violation of the cosmic order found in Genesis 6. And the footnote of here 2:17 says, Tertullian is an example of an early church leader who made this same connection. Quote, "It is on account of the angels," he says, "that the woman's head is to be covered, because the angels revolted from God on account of the daughters of men." So, before turning our attention to what I believe is the key to connecting this to the transgressions of the Watchers, it is worth noting how Stuckenbrook defends the Enochian view. And, just to summarize this, wearing the head covering among men in activity is not uncommon. The practice among women carried with it strong sexual connotations. Apparel was, of course, one way of marking the differences or better boundaries between the sexes, that is, to keep gender categories distinct. So the notion in Greco-Roman antiquity of female vulnerability and inferiority assumed in many Jewish sources, and the attendant practice of prophylactic head covering fit well with the early Jewish mythological interpretations of Genesis 6. So with regard to this, New Testament scholars have customarily focused on the essentially evil character of the angels who, quote-unquote, fell because they were attracted by the beauty of the human daughters, and this would be much in line with the Book of the Watchers in 1st Enoch. So Paul's reasons for commending head coverings are unable to break away from the deep-seated assumption that women constitute the locus where boundaries between different parts of the cosmos are most likely to be violated. Paul's reference to the angels betrays a subtle warning that more than just social relationships between men and women are at stake. Ultimately, wearing veils is a matter of maintaining the cosmic order. The head coverings are prophylactic in the sense that they protect this order by helping to draw boundaries between distinct yet sometimes socially overlapping spheres more clearly. These boundaries, which have structured the universe since creation, are to be respected. The head coverings also function to keep women distinct from the angels, who, for the sake of this argument, are considered an essentially different order of creation. Okay. So this is Heiser now. This perspective can be summarized as follows. The covering for women was commended to protect women from sexual scandal in society and supernatural violation by angels. This dual rationale focused on social boundaries and sexual vulnerability, along with the precedent of angelic violation of women in the past. So now we get to Troy Martin's, his argumentation. Oh, Mulheed, I haven't blocked you. I was blocking those bots. Okay. So, let me just have a sip of coffee before I continue. How's everyone finding this so far? Alright, so the key to demonstrating the coherence of this viewpoint is careful consideration of the vocabulary for the head covering in the context of Greek. The meaning of the pertinent vocabulary is comprehended in context. It will become clear that with respect to church order, Paul was concerned with sexual modesty and fidelity, and that the violation of Genesis 6 never reoccur. Our discussion of the vocabulary will focus on the Greek word ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ. This term recently received focused attention in a premier scholarly journal for biblical studies. So, again, I just want to emphasize that the JBL series are premier scholarly journal, The exchange was launched by New Testament scholar Troy Martin, who put forth a controversial proposal that sounds truly bizarre, but that nevertheless has profound explanatory power for this perplexing path. Martin began a study by drawing attention in which we find the crucial Greek term. So now we get into Martin's proposal, which I wish Mike Winger fleshed out even more, like actually read out what Martin was proposing. So here we go. So Paul's notorious argument for the veiling of women in public worship is frequently criticized for being logically convoluted and confused. While many features of this argument in verses 2 to 16 require explanation, the argument from nature in verses 13 to 15 is particularly problematic. The rationale for the natural shame of a man with long hair is obscure. Especially problematic is the statement that a woman's long hair is given to her instead of a covering in verse 15. Now, this is why this is important. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly go to the passage itself. The reason why this is problematic is because if 15 says that her hair is given as a substitute for coverings, okay, there's your contradiction. Because earlier in the passage it says, every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head, which is the same as having her head shaved. So if a woman does not cover her head, she cuts off her hair. If it is a disgrace for a woman to cut off her hair or shave her head, let her cover her own head. So Paul in 5 and 6 is saying, well, okay, look at verse 7 specifically, right? So a man should not cover his head because he exists as God's image and glory, but the woman is man's glory, and on it goes. So what Paul is saying is, she has this hair, cover the hair, otherwise you might as well just shave off all your hair. Okay, that's what he's saying up here. But when you come down to verse 15, it says, hair is a woman's glory, since hair is given as a substitute for covering. Hang on, but you just said you need the coverings to cover the hair. But now you're saying that the hair is a substitute for coverings. Like, here's your contradiction. And people have noticed, scholars have noticed that this is a genuine contradiction. Okay, but that it's a contradiction if you're reading ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ that way in verse 15. So, coming back to Heiser, hence, yeah, instead of a covering, so the parabola. So, as traditionally under the previous argument that a woman should wear a covering since her long hair apparently is a satisfactory explanation of this argument from nature should resolve the and enable this argument to support Paul's contention that women should wear the veil in public. The term parabola in verse 15 provides the key explaining this argument from nature. Footnote, Heiser brings up Mark Odeker. He's like, Martin's thesis tested by a subsequent essay by Mark Odeker. Martin then produced a thorough response in defense of his originalist. Honestly, it is a thorough response. So, yeah. Let's see. Farmhouse says, Mike spent some time proving it says for, not instead. Can you please clarify whether this is relevant? Okay, let's go back up. Yeah, so the it really comes down to the ES, like, translational issues. So this is the ESV, but if a woman has long hair, it is her glory for her a covering. Now, when you're saying her hair is given to her for a covering, that makes it even worse in some sense, but it's still equivalent to the instead. But it's like, think about it, for a covering. Let me bring up maybe a commentary as well. Let's see. I can bring up Garland. I just want to see how he translates it. I'll change the view here. So this is David Garland in his Baker exegetical commentary. He translates the verse as, but if a woman wears long hair, it is her glory. For long hair has been given, and now here's the brackets for emphasis because it's not in the Greek, right? For long hair has been given as a covering. That's literally the Greek rendering. Pretend the to her is not there, all right? For long hair has been given as a covering. The ESV it sort of like gives like an ambiguous sort of reading. This is why I like the ISV. The ISV is quite direct. It says, that hair is a woman's glory, substitute for coverings. Notice it's most of the word substitute, which I prefer that word more than, say, instead or for. Now if I go down to the passage itself, Yeah. So it's just a translational issue. Okay. Coming back to Heiser. Oops, that's all that stuff there. All right. Okay. All right. So Heiser then says, Martin proceeds to note that scholars have capably produced evidence that parabolan is a general word that can often be well translated, quote-unquote, covering, with reference to some article of clothing. But he quickly adds that even though scholars have identified that of this word, the term parabolan has a much broader semantic range. He then proceeds to unload his controversial thesis. So, since parabolan is contrasted with hair, which is part of the body, the physiological semantic domain of parabolan in verse 15 becomes particularly relevant. Euripides uses parabolan in reference to a body part is complaining, after I received my bags of flesh, which are the outward signs of puberty. This translation he's given, this, which are the outward puberty, this is something Goodacre has issue with. But in the 2013 paper, Martin's response back to Goodacre, he thoroughly does a fantastic job showing why he's translated this way. And this is again something that Mike Winger unfortunately is not engaging with in his review of this work. So, but by the time I go through all this, then we'll go back to Winger's comments, and then we'll look at Martin's 2013 paper as a response. So, after I see my bags of flesh, that's your testicles, right? And what does it mean that when he gets his bags of flesh? It means that this is outwards, that this is puberty now kicking in. I receive labors about which I shall undertake to say what is necessary. So a dynamic translation obstacles, parabolaia, that's the plural, outward signs of puberty. In this text from Euripides, the term parabolaion refers to a testicle. What Martin is saying may not be clearly, but he's suggesting that Paul is comparing a woman's hair to a testicle. This, of course, sounds like absolute nonsense, but amazingly, there is no shortage of texts by physicians like Hippocrates, the namesake for the Hippocratic Oath, all physicians still swear to in modern times. These texts make Martin's thesis, and Martin lays out the case. And now we get into what I've already, summarized with the Greco-Roman humoral theory stuff and all that. But let's see. I might as well just read through it, just for the sake of, being like going through all the details, right? So ancient medical conceptions confirm this association. Hippocratic authors hold that hair is hollow, grows primarily from either male or female reproductive fluid or semen flowing into it and congealing. Congealing. So this is an interesting point. Here's another reason why hair exists. So you have a body. Imagine your body is, you've just been born. Okay, you're like a brand new baby, right? Now, as you're growing, hair starts to grow. If you're a male, hair starts to grow uniformly. If you're a female, not so much. Notice again part of the humoral theory. You're female, you're undercooked, you're cold, you're wetter, you're porous. There's going to be you're going to be more prone to excess fluid. Ergo, that excess fluid will have to then be purged through the porous nature of having your menses. Ergo, you're not producing semen. Ergo, you don't produce hair. Because hair is a sign of stuff like semen that your body is producing if you're a male. Hence, the hair that starts to come out more prominently on male bodies than female bodies. Do you see now how these people used to think? So, notice this. Hippocratic authors hold that hair is hollow and grows primarily from either male or female semen. So yeah, it's true, male or female. More prominent in men because of semen flowing into it and congealing. So as, if you're a male baby and as you're growing into boyhood, notice then the development of, like, as Hercules says, I'm receiving now my bags of flesh, now the testes are growing, and so his body is producing semen, basically, starting up here. This is all wrong science, by the way. No medical doctor believes in any of this. This is how they hypothesize how all this works. So this is their explanation as to why we even have hair to begin with, especially if you're a man. So, since hollow body parts create a vacuum and attract fluid, hair attracts semen. Because guess what? The reason why is because if the semen congeals to then make the hair, then more semen is attracted to that over time. Hair grows most prolifically from the head because the brain is the place where the semen is produced or at least stored. Hair or stored in the brain and reproductive body. At puberty, secondary hair grows in the pubic area, movement of reproductive fluid from the brain to the rest of the body. Women have less body hair, not only but also because their colder bodies do not froth the semen throughout their bodies, but reduce semen evaporation in hair. Now, notice earlier when I was reading from the Mark story with the humoral theory with the menses woman, do you now see the correlation between this passage and Martin's work and scholars like Candida Moss and others who have utilized for the Mark situation? How you can actually read both of these side by side and notice the coherence of, like, they're totally different contexts and yet the coherence of the same medical theories that can fit both passages. So again, this is my encouragement to Mike Winger. If we ignore the Greco-Roman medical context of the Corinthian passage, which, by the way, makes a lot of sense, especially if it's a Corinthian context, then why did Mark quite deliberately utilize the same Greco-Roman scientific milieu? It's, let these texts be what it is. So in other words, if I'm engaging with, or if I'm understanding more so Mark's underlying Greco-Roman situation in Mark 5, and then as an informed reader of that stuff, then I start to see what Paul's doing here in the Corinthian passage, it should make me go, oh, well, duh. This is like Paul engaging it in a different way. In other words, the whole Bible becomes coherent in that first century context, and that's what we should be focusing on here. So, more semen and part of the humoral theory. So the nature, the physis of men is to semen. A man with long hair retains more of his semen, and his long hollow hair draws the semen toward his head, but away from his genital area where it should be ejected. Verse 14 correctly states that it is a shame for a man to have long semen, which is again part of that humoral theory. It is his excess. So the reason why women had menstruation is because they had all this excess fluid that would have converted for it to become semen, but it didn't, because she's a woman. She's a cold, porous, leaky body that also is not into exercise and other things, and that what men are, how men do, and what the physiological makeup of a man is, and all that stuff. So, but the man, it would be unnatural for him, right? Hence, doesn't nature tell you or teach you that it would be unnatural for him to not eject what his body naturally produces? And therefore, in their weird, primitive scientific understandings of ultimately hair connected to all of this, that if he were to cut his hair, if he were to keep his hair really long, they presumed that he would be infertile. There's a difference, and here's the interesting thing about this. There's a difference between the sperm and the semen. They did have this differentiation. Like you have, the gamete sex cell, but I'm not saying they had the concept of the gamete sex cell, but they conceived of the semen fluid that was like a transport of the seed. In other words, they literally thought of individual tiny little human bodies, the size of atoms, that would then congeal and create the human body. So verse 14 correctly states for a man to have long hair, since the in contrast, the nature of women is to draw up and congeal it into a fetus, and that starts with the head. It's up to the stomach. So the selection of hair as part of the female genitalia explains the favorite Hippocratic test for sterility in women. Now this video, Mike Winger didn't touch upon. This is a key point of Martin's thesis. A doctor places a scented suppository in a woman's uterus, examines her mouth the next day to see if it's. If he smells the scent, he is as fertile. If he does not, she is sterile because the channels are blocked. Why did they do this? If this hypothesis is, out there and wild and has no, if Martin's thesis is too much, this is a key argumentation in his thesis, that doctors actually practice this sort of thing by examining the so-called channels connecting. So the suction seed is therefore discharged rather than retained, and the woman cannot conceive. So Martin's research, this is more examples, suffice to make the point that, strange as it may sound to our modern ears, the medical knowledge with which Paul's readers were familiar explicitly associated a woman with the conceiving of children. In fact, a woman's hair was a female counterpart to the male testicles when it came to how women. So this is key to the nuance of then the word testicle. What she lacked, which is an actual testicle, the bags of flesh, there was a substitute for what she lacked. This is why I like the ISV rendering. She's been given a substitute for, but the ISV still renders it covering. But if you then take into account Martin's translation of the word, it's a substitution for what she lacks, and that is male testicles. It's not that her hair is a testicle. It's just that the hair functions as a substitute for what she lacks, and that is male testicles. The reference to a woman's hair are consequently loaded with sexual inference. All right. So what's the interpretive payoff for the passage at hand? Let's see how Paul linked his discussion of a woman's hair given to her instead of a head covering for the watchers. Like how does this, parabola and head covering, so in other words, substitute for male testicle, how does all this then link to the sin of the watchers? So Martin says, this ancient physiological appropriate to her nature, a woman is not given an external testicle. Okay, notice this. What lack? An external testicle, which is on men. Alright? But rather hair instead. Okay? It's not saying that the hair is a testicle, or that, the hair is equivalent to a testicle. Rather that the long hair functions as a proxy, or as an alternative, or like a nuanced, as a substitute for what she lacks. Okay? So Paul states that long hollow hair on a woman's head is her glory, because it is, which is to draw in, see, real hair is. Paul asked the Corinthians to judge. So in other words, practice, if her hair, in this medical context, if her hair is a substitute for what she lacks, then should that not be considered sacred? Or, what is natural to her, this long hair? So when you go to verse, let's see what it says here. It says, decide for yourselves, okay? Decide for yourselves, is it proper for a woman to pray to God with her head uncovered? Okay? Why is he raising that question? So, informed by the true tradition which strictly when God's service, Paul's argument from nature cogently supports a woman wearing her head when praying or prophesying. Remember, Divine liturgy have 6. Now, when it says 2 covering the feet, I suspect, and I hope, Mike Winger and others understand that feet there is a euphemism for genitals. All ancient Near Eastern scholars know this. All Old Testament scholars, even scholars that write on Isaiah, will point specifically this out. So the term feet euphemistically refers to the genitals of the seraphim. The is exposed. Entering the tent of meeting or approaching the altar, these priests will wear linen breeches from the loins to the thighs to cover their naked flesh. Again, flesh, a euphemism, refers to these breeches are for the glory and beauty of the priest, while exposure of the genital subjects the priest to guilt and death. Informed by this tradition, Paul appropriately instructs women in the service of God to cover their hair, since it is part of the female genitalia. According to Paul's argument, women may pray or prophesy only when both are decently attired. Now this is the theological point. When they're both decently attired. In other words, Paul is taking this Greco-Roman imagery. These people are not shocked by what Paul has to say. They already know this stuff. It's not revolutionary to them like it is for us. So then so if Paul were to just repeat verbatim what the Greco-Roman texts say anyway, what is revolutionary of Paul's argument? So Paul's now getting informed with his Old Testament, as a Jew, he's informed by the ethical issues of proper worship. Something that these Greco-Roman people don't know about, especially now in a Christian sense. So even though no contemporary person would agree with the physiological argument from nature, I agree, and all of you will agree as well. But this is Paul's argument. Paul's not saying he could have been believing this stuff. It doesn't matter. The theology is what is relevant here, and is what is infallible here. Everyone would agree with his conclusion prohibiting the display of genitalia in public worship. So physical conceptions of the body have changed, right? No physiological reason remains for communities reasonably abandon this practice. So you have the principle of freedom in the New Covenant, and this is something, like for example, that scholar brought up, Arnold Fruchtenbahn, the Jewish scholar, where you have this principle of freedom in Christ, that if you were to practice, say, Torah or Old Testament laws or whatever, within reason, like when Paul says, to a Jew I became a Jew, to the Greeks I became a Greek, right? So if you have a congregation that does the head covering stuff, okay, you have I can't stop that, because then the moment I do that, I'm hindering your freedom in Christ to do that. But here's the point. It's a freedom in Christ as long as you know that is not a salvific issue. The moment you make it a legalistic thing that you have to wear head covering in order to then please Christ, that's the issue I have. Then I have an issue with that. If you want to do it because you want to do it, because guess what? There are cultures in this world that still practice head covering even to this day, because it's part of the culture. Be my guest, do it. But don't make it a legalistic, like a fear-mongering, or like a, like it's part of like the law of Christ that you have to do this. That's not why you do it. So in summary, this is Heiser now. In summary form, the issue for Paul with respect to the practice of women and the head coverings is sexual modesty and propriety for worship. Because of the angels. Paul truly does have a proper line. But his rationale isn't that angels are watching. This brings us to how we apply all this. How is this connected to the sin of the watchers? I would guess the answer to the second question is now fairly obvious. Paul isn't merely concerned with church order, he's concerned about cosmic boundaries. The sexual nature of a woman's natural head covering, her hair, makes covering the hair in church worship completely understandable. So notice this. You have a woman's natural head covering, which is her hair, but that makes covering that hair in church worship understandable now. So in other words, you have a natural head covering, and then on top of that natural head covering is this artificial covering on top of that covering. So Paul had an additional concern. He wrote, "For man was not made from woman, but woman from neither was man created for woman, but woman for man." Because of the angels. So Paul wanted women to have their head covered as a sign that they were that they belonged to because of the angels. Apparently Paul was concerned that if women didn't show this sign of sexual fidelity and ownership, a woman could be at risk of sexual violation by angels. Now you might be thinking, okay, this is pretty wild. But in the Corinthian sense, in Corinth, sexual deviancy with supernatural forces was known. It may not happen now, but back then it was a legitimate issue. So Paul, a Jew who's also he's cognitively aware of passages like Genesis 6 in light of the Corinthian situation. That's why he's like, Paul didn't want to see such a violation of cosmic order happen again, especially in a church context. So, the last two chapters of our present study have introduced us to how the sin of the watchers, the fallen sons of God, Paul's mind in his letters to the, and so on and so on. Now specifically, that's JBL 123. There is one thing in Martin's paper that I want to read that adds further nuance. Something that Heiser hasn't touched on. Okay, so this is the JBL paper. Okay, when I come down here, let's see. I found this one very interesting as well. Okay, here it is. Let's see. So he's talking here about, the pubes, and the singeing enhances female fertility by removing the pubic counterforce to the upper draw of the hair on the head, and postmenopausal women should cease depilating the pubes. And okay, now in light of this context, I found this one very interesting. So he goes, finally, this conception of hair explains why prepubescent girls were not required to wear the veil, whereas adult women were. This, I wish Mike Winger would have touched on this. And Mark Goodacre does not touch on this. Why was it that if Paul is speaking about head covering in 1 Corinthians 11, what age do we... If you're a church that practices head covering, at what age do you make the females of your congregation wear head covering? Is it when signs of puberty takes place? Well, in the Corinthian sense, that was the case. Or is it always the case? Like, from I don't know, it could be even from the age of a baby up. At what age? So, before puberty, a girl's hair is not a functioning genital and does not differ from a boy's hair. After puberty, however, this situation changes, and Tertullian draws an analogy between prepubescent children and Adam and Eve, who were naked before they became aware of genital differentiation. Afterwards, though, Tertullian notes, they each marked the intelligence of their own sex by covering. Noting the growth of the pubes to cover the female pudendum, Tertullian exhorts, let her whose lower parts are not bare have her upper likewise covered. So Tertullian's analogy and exhortation presume that hair becomes a functioning part of a young woman's genitalia at puberty, similar to the way testicles begin functioning at puberty as part of the male genitalia in facilitating the dissemination of semen. There's a very lengthy footnote here. I wonder if this is appearing for you guys that I've clicked on. Yes, it's open for you guys, so that's good. So he says, in contrast to pubescent girls who begin to cover their hair, pubescent boys cut their hair as a rite of passage. So you have, in Plutarch describes a custom at Delphi of youth sacrificing their hair when they reach puberty. And then here's a scholar, a scholar that writes about all this. So the custom evidently involved the shaving of the head, because Theseus only shaved the front part of his head, and his action was considered so unusual that this hairstyle or tonsure became known as Theseus. The physiological reason Theseus shaved only the front part of his head is that the brain, which produces and stores the semen, is located there. And yeah, it's basically the same stuff going on. So, prepubescent girls therefore need not cover their hair, but pubescent young women should, and Tertullian recommends that the extent of the veil be, quote, coextensive with the space covered by the hair when unbound. So, the masculine functional counterpart to long feminine hair then is the testicle. Let's see. Yeah, and again, the Greek term refers both to male testicles and female ovaries. How the ancient medical science did not ascribe a corresponding reproductive function to testicles and ovaries. So you have to, because this Greek word here is for, that means testicle. So you have to differentiate between testicles and ovaries. The testicle served as receptacles for reproductive fluid and performed the final frothing to transmit the heat that carried the form of the individual. The Hippocratics, however, do not ascribe such function to ovaries. Their flat shape was not conducive to attracting reproductive fluid. And let's see. Yeah, so although both sexes supplied seed, it was accepted without question that they differed in reproductive anatomy. So although the Hippocratics were not compiling an anatomy for its own sake, and the models of disease and procreation women worked well for them without having to invoke two small organs, which had only been seen in quadrupeds and whose function was not immediately apparent. Okay, so Aristotle calls the male testicles weights that keep the seminal channels taut. It's again going through the same argumentation. Okay. Okay, we just read all this. So confusing a testicle with a head covering will render even the deftest of arguments convoluted and prevent anyone from being able to decide with certainty which behavior the argument reproaches or recommends. The problem with Paul's argument from nature for the veiling of women public worship arises not from Paul's convoluted logic or flawed argumentation, but from the philological confusion of modern interpreters who fail to understand the ancient physiological conception of hair and confuse a testicle with a head covering. Ancient philology and physiology demonstrate that both Paul and the Corinthians probably comprehended quite well this cogent argument from nature for the veiling of women. So that in a nutshell is basically what's going on here. Okay. So now that I've laid out Martin's thesis with Heiser's summarization, anything else I need to do? Yep, there's nothing more from Heiser. Let's continue with Mike Winger's video.
And it's Euripides. So the full analysis of this is way too complicated for today's video. This is already going to be a very long section. But Martin says, in this quote, PΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ is used to refer to testicles. Let me put the quote up. I have it somewhere. I know I do. Here it is. Okay. This is the Euripides quote. He says that Euripides uses ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ in reference to a body part. He casts Hercules as complaining, and here's his translation: after I received my bags of flesh, which are the outward signs of puberty, I received labors about which I shall undertake to say what is necessary. Troy Martin goes on and says, a dynamic translation of the first clause would be, after I received my testicles, ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, which are the outward signs of puberty. In this text from Euripides, the term ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ refers to a testicle. There's so much we could talk about here, but let me just get to probably the nitty gritty, the most interesting bits, which is Mark Goodacre had 5 responses to this, and one of them seems flawed, but 4 of them seem pretty solid. So one is, Greek lexicons never offer testicle as a meaning of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ. This is significant. They do offer covering, which is a good meaning for Martin's statement. After I received my coverings, which are the outward signs of puberty, there could be some sort of covering there, but never do the Greek lexicons, if Martin had a good case for ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, if I should say, if it was a natural reading of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ that it could mean testicle, you'd expect it to be in the Greek lexicons. It's not there, so he's trying to find it somewhere else and find a new meaning for an old word, right? That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, but Mike, just to emphasize, this is why we have the emergence now of newer dictionaries that are coming out taking into account this nuance. So, for example, there's a brand new, which, by the way, don't forget, Troy Martin, if you read his, let's see if it's over here. Okay, let me just bring back the very first footnote of his 2004 paper. All right. So see, he says here, this article interprets Paul's argument from nature against the background of ancient physiology. The Greek and Roman medical texts provide useful information for interpreting not only Paul's letters. Just want to make sure not only Paul's letters, but also other New Testament texts. For other studies that utilize these sources, see my article. Okay, so notice the build-up. So in 99, so whose flesh, what temptation, Galatians 4. There's already engagement in that Greco-Roman medical context in other passages in the New Testament. So Galatians 4, then back in 2004, he's like, look, my forthcoming article for Paul's pneumatological statements in ancient medical texts. Then the ancient illness construct issue of blood in Luke 8. I've already mentioned the humoral stuff in Mark 5. Now, what's very interesting, and this is more so in German scholarship. So, remember that publisher where Troy Martin is all his work now has published under this publisher over here. He says that Weisenrader and I are currently working on a multi-volume work entitled Ancient Medical Texts and the New Testament, the purpose of which is to make these texts and their exegetical significance more widely known in the field of New Testament studies. So I think this was missed, that there are now scholars, linguists, updating the lexicons, and specifically there's one lexicon I recommend you get, because this focuses on it's not your typical like a Strong's concordance or something. Let me bring up the what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the Brill Dictionary of Ancient Greek. All right. Published in 2015. So it says here, the Brill Dictionary of Ancient Greek is the English translation of Franco Montanari's, and that's because it's Italian. With 140,000 entries, this is the most important modern dictionary for ancient Greek and an invaluable tool for students and advanced scholars alike. You know what's quite interesting about this? See how it says here, so Franco is he's professor, right? Basically, a member of this numerous international research center and associations. So apart from his book, he has published many other scientific works on ancient scholarship and grammar, archaic Greek epic poets, and other Greek poets of the classical and Hellenistic periods. Okay, the point is, this work, which is over 2,000 pages long, so as you can see, it's just incredible, this. When you do an evaluation of the fact that this is not exhausted, the Greek usage of Greek terms and so on is not exhausted. This is still an emerging field. The 2013 paper that Troy Martin wrote is, you're talking over 9 years have transpired between the 2004 paper and the 2013 paper. In those 9 years, like, an incredible amount of work has gone into further discoveries of all these nuances and terms and so on, and the way they used to speak. And that's why when Heiser says Martin ate Goodacre's lunch, I have to wonder, did you actually read the 2013 paper properly? You see, this is, yeah, I just want to like emphasize that this is the where we're going with this. So okay, let's come back to your video.
Newly discovered meaning, I should say, for an old word. So covering could work in this passage. That's his first point, and that's a known meaning. So why search for a new meaning when a known meaning can explain it? His second,
yeah, but it's not just a known meaning. It's not like we've exhausted that's the only meaning for the word, and then we just, forget about any other usage and nuance of the word that we haven't yet discovered, and yet now we're discovering. Especially now when you have brand new lexicons and research papers, and that are going to help further New Testament studies. And yeah, as Tui's saying over here, people who live solely in LSJ and the BDAG often, and by the way, LSJ and BDAG are fine resources. I'm not saying that they're like incompetent or something, but like anything in the field of scientific research and studies and so on, it's incomplete. It's not exhaustive. It's not like that's all there is. There's still new. That's why you have additions. That's why you have like the latest critical edition of the New Testament is up to the 28th edition. Why have there been 28 editions so far? Because when you see the progress in textual criticism from the first edition, from the first Nessel Ireland published edition down now to the 20th edition, a lot has transpired. So yeah, I recommend, this is just again an encouragement that this is still a very fertile area of discovery. Okay.
Thing to say in response was, this is Martin's own translation. Again, Martin has not told the reader of his articles that he's providing his own translation in both cases. Where he says, he goes, a dynamic translation could be, but he offered his own translation in both cases before and after. He doesn't.
Which, by the way, his own translation is fine. I have, like scholars who have reviewed this still, Goodacre is the only one reacting, but in Martin's 2013 paper, Martin says that when Goodacre read that paper, Goodacre himself said his proposals are interesting. In other words, Goodacre liked the interesting sort of like fresh perspectives that Martin was providing. He actually liked it. He found it interesting. It's just that Goodacre at that time was not persuaded by it because of whether you're taking it as a plural or a singular, the nouns and the verbs and so on. And that's again why the 2013 paper is such an important response, because when you see that response flesh out the slip-ups Goodacre was making, why hasn't there been a response to Martin's 2013 paper since? You have to wonder. And also, Mike, here's I'm not saying this from an argument from authority, but someone who is capable, or as capable, like really capable in the Greek language as, say, Heiser is, why is Heiser not having a problem with this? Heiser is very competent in the Greek language, especially, Koine Greek. And you would think Heiser would have an issue with Martin's Greek translation. Surely Heiser should have pointed out some flaws, because he's read Goodacre's response. I'm not saying I'm dependent on this theory because Heiser says so, or Heiser likes it, But for Heiser to say something like, Martin ate Goodacre's lunch, he's speaking as a scholar who knows the language inside and out. And is following that, he's following the argumentation through.
Doesn't tell the reader that's an odd way to establish a new meaning for a word when you're providing your own translation of a passage and not telling anybody. Number 3, the more likely meaning of parabolaion in this passage is that it refers to clothing, the clothing that a young man wears when he has moved from childhood to manhood. Now, this is where his point is, and hear me out. I think this is pretty powerful, and you never would have known this reading Martin's word. The clothing metaphor is picked up in all published translations of the passage, none of which is referenced by Martin. Martin provided his own unique translation that was in disagreement with all published translations of Euripides here.
Which again, in the 2013 paper that we'll see in a moment, all those published translations are not recent translations. They're all in the 60s, 70s, 80s, some of them even the 1800s. These English translations of these ancient works, they're not present-day translations.
Didn't tell the reader, didn't engage with all those who disagree with his translation. Let's look at those translations. This is the note provided by Mark Goodacre on this. So he says thus, Theodore Alois Buckley translates, but when I obtained the youthful vestures of flesh, vestures meaning like clothing. Likewise, Robert Browning translates it, but when I gained the youthful garb of flesh, he's talking about clothing. E.P. Coleridge translates it, after I took a cloak of youthful flesh, there's a clothing metaphor that's going on there. Arthur Sanders says, as soon as I gathered vestures of brawny flesh, clothing metaphor. The most recent English translation from 2002 paraphrases a little, but still retains the sense common to all the others. Once the sturdy flesh of youth had clothed my limbs.
Okay, I'm just going to increase my screen just a little bit so you guys can see the dating. Here we have 1875, Browning is 1875, Coleridge is 1938, Sanders Way is 1896, and the most recent translation, in light of Martin's proposal in 2004, is 2002. But here's the irony, Mike. Martin actually picks up on this 2002 paraphrase. Because do you see what's really subtle about this? So when you look at the other translations, like for example, Sanders Way, as soon as I gathered vestures of brawny flesh, right? But Goodacre sort of admits that there's a subtle paraphrase. Paraphrase a little but still retains the sense common to all the others. But again, retains the sense common to all the others because when you see it, look what it says. Once the sturdy flesh of youth had clothed my limbs, need I tell of the labors I endured? It's getting closer because you're talking about useful, because Martin in his 2013 paper will come out with the whole, the signs of puberty with respect to the parabola and the clothes. Like, parabola is, the garment, right? Which Martin is proposing as testicle. But this notion of the sturdy flesh of youth had clothed my limbs, all over, So, let's continue.
Need I tell of the labors I endured? The phrase is never translated the way Martin translates it. Isn't that interesting? So Mark Goodacre notes several others who also see this as a clothing metaphor. Let me just put those up on screen for footnote purposes. I won't read this to you. There's just a bunch of other guys who are like, yeah, they see this as a clothing metaphor. Martin doesn't see it that way. He's going against all the scholarship basically on this issue, at least those who translated it, and several others who seem to pick up on the same metaphor. He should at least have offered a case for that and not just said it like it was a matter of fact. Fourth pushback against Troy Martin here is Martin requires the phrase as a whole to establish the meaning testicle. Let me put Martin's thing back up so you can see it. In order for Martin to find the term testicle here, he's going to need all of this stuff that's in the phrase. After I received my testicles, which are outward signs of puberty. He interprets it as testicle because he relates it to puberty, and he doesn't see the clothing metaphor and all that. But he takes the whole phrase. The whole phrase is needed to establish Euripides, if Martin is right, to establish that Euripides is referring to a testicle with parabolaion here. It's actually plural here, parabolaia. The problem here is that 1 Corinthians 11 does not give any such context. It just says her hair is given to her for recovering. There's nothing in here about testicles and about puberty so even if he was right about one, it's difficult to suggest that it applies to the other. We'll come back to that later when we do the analysis of 1 Corinthians 11 in light of Martin's interpretation. And the fifth pushback that he offered, and this is probably the one that Martin seems like he successfully pushed against. In Paul, parabolaion is singular, whereas it is plural in Euripides, parabolaia. Right? The idea is that she's given hair instead of a testicle, if you interpret it the way Martin does, because the covering is singular, not plural. It's not like men are given a testicle. That would be quite odd. So what are Martin's responses to the criticisms that in his third paper he wrote a response to Goodacre, right? So he says, first, he doesn't seem to interact with the slew of scholars and translations that Goodacre said disagreed with him. For the most part, he just does not interact with those guys.
Mike, no. He does interact with all the translations, especially in the footnotes. But we'll keep playing your clip.
This again seems pretty significant to me, other than to say the following. One, many of them make a mistake by translating the plural parabolae into a singular English word like garb or vesture. So they maybe should have said garbs or vestures. Okay.
in regards to the issue of the plural and the singular, that's actually at the end of his article. He spends the good 70% of the first part of his article engaging with all the translational issues from the other scholars. So you've actually just jumped to the end of his article.
Okay, but that wouldn't really change too much to me anyway. 2, he also says that Euripides wouldn't use a plural word to talk about one's personal clothing. It would use a singular word. Therefore, it's not about clothes. This is interesting because now we're getting debates about whether you would use the plural to refer to clothing, clothes, and he has a whole lot he talks about there. Okay, so maybe that's right. Like, I'm not saying he has no point there. I'm not saying he's 100% wrong. I think the weight of the argument is against him at this point, but let's keep moving forward. The context of Euripides, also his response is, in his second paper, the third in our series, the context of the Euripides quote proves Martin right, because the word many translate as youthful is not merely speaking of youthfulness, but of puberty specifically. And he offers his case for this. He's like, this isn't about just being young. This is about puberty, about that life change of puberty. And he says that ancients saw the signs of puberty not as clothes, but as increased hair growth and in boys, more pronounced testicles. That's why Martin translates it as outward signs of puberty in that Euripides quote. I'll put it back on your screen in case anybody's like, wait, what was that again he said? Yeah, there you go. My outward signs of puberty. So, because, others translate as youthful, that was a pretty common thing. And he's going, no, they're wrong about that. It should be translated as puberty, not just youthful. It seems to me that this argument, if successful, it makes it just as possible, and this is my own pushback here, that the term *parabolion* in Euripides is referring to hair. Because hair covers the flesh. And boys have, obviously, they grow more hair in all these places, not just in one spot, but in other places where others are more likely to see it, they grow more hair.
Except for the fact that, notice, if you have to keep in mind the humoral theory as a whole. The whole theory of how is hair even there to begin with? Again, this hot body versus cold body. This notion of what does it mean to be a masculine body versus a female body. So in other words, excess fluid for women are blood that doesn't transform into semen. That's why there's the menses. Versus men who that excess fluid is then converted to semen, which then the semen is what actually generates the hair to grow around the body. Ergo, if you have hair growth, that's a sign that you're producing semen, which then to collect the semen, hence the bags of flesh, hence the *parabolion*. You see, once you keep the whole Greco-Roman, the medical model in mind, how they perceived it, it makes perfect sense that, as he proposes the translation, after I receive my testicles, which are the outward signs of puberty. The outward signs of puberty is that the testes are the result of the fact that the male body is producing sperm with respect to the hair growth that acts as a channeling, so to speak.
Then it would make sense. And so I don't know why it would be a testicle particularly when hair could be what's being referred to as a covering, which is actually how Paul uses it in verse 15. I haven't heard anybody discuss or debate that. What I'm suggesting is that even if he was right in this point, it would seem to not be enough to establish his view. So, but let's grant it for the sake of argument that maybe he's right. The problem is that that's just one example in all of literature that he's found, where *parabolion* is used to refer to a testicle. If Martin is right, it was established through numerous indications in the text that ruled out other interpretations first. 1 Corinthians is not like that. When we examine it, you will see there's no indication in the text that that's what's being meant, and there's plenty of reason to think that more obvious meanings of the word are there. And Martin's final paper on the topic shifts his argument quite a bit. His original paper is like, hey, medical thought, and then ancient examples, 2 of them were *parabolions* used this way. Therefore, it explains 1 Corinthians, because the traditional view is an utter contradiction, because you can't have hair instead of a covering, because now the verse contradicts itself. Okay, that's not even the traditional view. That's one of the biggest problems with Martin's case. We'll get there in a minute. Martin's final paper on this topic, though, shifts his argument. He changes it from those issues. He no longer relies on ancient examples. He still defends one of them. He abandons the Tatius example. He defends the Euripides example, but he says very plainly he can establish that Paul meant to refer to a testicle on the 1 Corinthians 11 evidence alone, with no ancient examples of the term meaning that at all. That is, if nobody before Paul ever used *parabolion* to refer to a testicle, Paul did in verse 15. Those are big claims, and it depends on what's more in my ballpark and your ballpark, which is just reading 1 Corinthians 11 carefully. So here's a question.
Okay, again, Mike, I hate to say this, but it's being, I'm not going to use the word disingenuous, because you're not a disingenuous guy, but it can come across as disingenuous, especially for those specialists who work in the field of linguistics and so on. Mark Udeka is not critiquing Troy Martin as someone who is incompetent in the Greek language. Mark Udeka is reacting to based on what he's perceiving with respect to, say, the general sort of translational consensus of translations that exist from 1800s, early 1900s, and his own reading based on the Greek But Goodacre is not a specialist in regards to ancient Greek medical texts and the nuances of all these terms and so on. All right? So he's not accusing Martin of incompetency if Martin even gives his own translation. And if Martin, which by the way he does a thorough job in responding in his response to Goodacre, but let's just go along with your statement that supposedly Martin doesn't like tackle Goodacre's criticisms head on, from A to Z, so to speak, which I believe he does. But even if he doesn't, a careful reading of even the footnotes, you see Martin, and I'll do this. I'll bring up the paper and we'll go through it carefully. He keeps harking back to go to this footnote, or go to this page, or go to this. In other words, he doesn't need to repeat himself, because the paper is there for everyone to read. It would be a waste of time for him to just repeat what he's saying. Rather, the 2013 paper is, as he says right out from the outset, from the start of the paper, again, this is why Heiser calls it eating Goodacre's lunch, he adds even more evidence for the nuance of Greek terms, rather than having to go back and defend his translation in those specific texts that Goodacre is responding to. In other words, it's more powerful an argument for Martin to come, in response and say, okay, here's my original paper, this is what I argued, here's a response to that paper, critiquing my translation. So which would you prefer? Would you prefer Martin coming back and responding to those issues that Goodacre raised with respect to just the translation of those texts? Or Martin responding to going, hey, okay, you suggested I've mistranslated these texts, but before I get to specifically tackling your critique of my translation, here's more text you have to deal with that actually defend my translational principles as to why I also again translated those texts the way I did. It's a much more robust, bolstered argument that Martin makes in the 2013 paper, that Goodacre cannot, as far as I can tell, and even Martin himself admits at the end of the 2013 paper, if you can come up with an argument better than this, I'm willing to hear it. He's open-minded. He's not closed-minded. He's not like this is like a hill to die on. He's just suggesting it makes a whole lot of sense now, with even more examples than Goodacre would have even realized. Because notice, Goodacre is reacting to the text that Martin was raising in his first paper. Goodacre doesn't bring up any new texts. He's just reacting to those texts. Then Martin comes up with like 2, 3, or 4 different texts to deal with, and it's like, hey, there's even more text to deal with. So Tui says Goodacre is acknowledging Martin, and he's coming up with the reason ways to shave a few probability percentage points off. He isn't offering slam dunk debunk. See, yeah, that's true. That's pretty much it.
Quick side note before we get into that part. Martin seems to misunderstand, and I got to say this because in defense of Mark Goodacre, who I don't know and don't have a personal relationship with, and I'm not really defending him as much as I want to offer a thought on this. Okay. Michael Heiser, who many of you were exposed to this argument through Michael Heiser or someone who pointed you to him, he says that Troy Martin, in his response to Goodacre, he ate Goodacre's lunch. I understand, I think, why he said that, but I don't think it was true for a number of reasons. But the primary reason is this. Much of Troy Martin's article, responding to Goodacre, that third article, which I have links to in my notes, you're welcome to have, that article deals with a straw man that Mark Goodacre was never saying. And it tears apart and eats the lunch of the straw man of Mark Goodacre. It doesn't actually deal with his arguments. Troy Martin seems to misunderstand Mark Goodacre's argument in a couple of ways, and he spends a lot of the paper dealing with things that Mark Goodacre's not saying. It's as if Goodacre had to prove that the word parabolion can never possibly mean testicle. Like, you have to prove that that's impossible, rather than just saying Martin's case for it meaning that is not sufficient. You see how these are two very different things? You have to prove it's impossible versus just saying your case is insufficient. Because of this, Martin wrongly accuses Goodacre of making basic linguistic blunders that he's really not making in his paper. Read his paper carefully. I read both of them several times. So yeah. Okay, let's go to the
Yeah, but that is not necessarily. Martin was not understanding Goodacre as saying parabolion can never be testicle. Gudeka was responding in the context of how does this translation fit with respect to the Corinthian verse. And it's not just parabola and that is at issue here. It's even the word for nature, phusis. It's even just the whole structure of that sentence, like nature itself teaches you that. It's like Paul is, verbatim quoting like a medical text, so to speak. It's like he's referring to he's like paraphrasing what they would have learned at school, so to speak. And then once you then read parabola in there as testicle as a substitute for what women lack, and that is testicles. Now the coherence of the passage avoids then the contradiction of the whole passage, because earlier in the passage it says women have to cover their hair with a covering. Okay, then suddenly this verse, if you don't translate parabola as testicle, it's like it contradicts the earlier verses, because it's saying that the hair is a covering. Hang on, so there's a contradiction there. But if you have the earlier verses saying cover the hair, and then this verse 15 saying hair is a substitute for what women lack, and that is male testicles, now there's no contradiction. Because if the hair is a substitute for testicles, ergo, that's why earlier in the passage it says to cover the hair. Because the natural, the logic of the flow of the argument flows through. Cover the hair. Why? Because hair is given as a substitute for testicles. And you can't be in church worship, with your hair exposed. So
the nitty-gritty of it all, where it all comes down, and it should get a lot easier now. Does it make sense to see that meaning, testicle, in 1 Corinthians 11? To me, this is the biggest issue, and it's where Martin's theory fails the most. How does he connect the testicle translation with 1 Corinthians 11:15? He has 6 points that I found in his paper, pulled out to prove his point. 6 points. Let's analyze them one at a time. First, Martin suggests that we need a new solution to 1 Corinthians 11 because of how we've wrongly translated the word anti. And here he utterly misrepresents the issues. Okay, let me just read to you what he wrote. And that probably wasn't it. There it is. Okay. From his paper, he says, especially problematic is the statement that a woman's long hair is given to her instead of a covering in verse 15. As traditionally understood, false, this statement nullifies the previous argument that a woman should wear a covering, since her long hair apparently serves that purpose. A satisfactory explanation of this argument from nature should resolve the apparent contradiction and enable this argument to support Paul's contention that women should wear the veil in public worship. He claims the traditional understanding is that a woman has her hair instead of a covering. That is not true. He manufactures a problem that is not really the traditional view. And then this sandwiches in his view. Oh, you have room for my view because your guys' normal view doesn't work. But the normal view isn't that. This is a misrepresentation. Instead of is a wrong translation of the word anti. Who translates it that way? Well, Goodacre points out in his paper that practically all major contemporary translations have for a covering, not instead of a covering. Like nobody translates it that way. Almost nobody out there says instead of a covering. Now you can see earlier, I dealt with this earlier in my section on verse 15. But in that case, Martin's whole, the wedge that makes his view necessary doesn't exist. There's no problem with the traditional view. Her hair is given as or for a covering in the sense that it's like a covering, and therefore, how much more does it make sense to have this extra one that represents the same kind of thing? That's Paul's argument. It's an analogy. We've dealt with that extensively already, so I won't get into it. So Martin has misrepresented everybody. Okay, his second reason for why he thinks it works.
Yeah, not at all, because the Greek there is you can read it as substitute for instead. I don't understand how this is an issue. I'll bring up a let's see here, an interlinear. Let's see. You could literally read it as in place of. Here's the interlinear. And I'm gonna zoom in on this. Okay. Let's see if you guys can see this. Alright, so see how it says, here's your Greek for woman. So if a woman has long hair, but it's a splendor to her, a glory, right? It is a splendor to her, right? So therefore, because the long hair, right? Here's your anti-parabolaion has been given. So the long hair is in place, notice this, is in place of the robe that has been given to her. So you can translate it as for, substitute, instead of. It's the translation's fine. I don't see what the issue is over here. Let's continue.
First, for 1 Corinthians 11. So first is a contradiction that doesn't exist. Second thing, Paul's singular use of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, according to Martin, can refer to plural testicles. Okay, there's some real issues with parts of his case. Real issues, but it's too much nitty-gritty to get into. So he seems to make at least a decent case for this as possible. And here, what is possible? A singular noun referring to a plural body part. ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟN singular referring to ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙA, testicles plural. He seems to make a good case, a decent case for that as a possibility. But let's not get confused. He does not make a case that ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟN refers to testicles. He's only making a case that a singular term can refer to plural body parts. That's the case he made. It doesn't prove that it means testicle. It just shows that one of Mark Goodacre's complaints, his challenges, may have been answered. And that was his fifth challenge that I think it removes one obstacle to his view, but it doesn't prove his view by any stretch. Okay, so that's the good, right? The rest of it's not. Number 3, his third reason to see testicle.
Which, by the way, that's at the end of his response paper as well. We're talking about the plural stuff, which we'll get into.
Verse 15, he says, and I'll put this on your screen, since ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟN is contrasted with hair, which is part of the body, the physiological semantic domain of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑION in 1 Corinthians 11:15b becomes particularly relevant. So he's basically saying, look, a body part is on one side of the equation, hair. Therefore, maybe a body part is on the other side of the equation too. I think that this is just assuming your conclusion. The lexicons don't agree, right? The body part is on one side. The fact that a body part is on one side doesn't mean a body part has to be on the other side. And again, we don't see ПΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙON meaning testicle in lexicons. There's maybe one case in Euripides which seems very far-fetched. It seems more likely if it doesn't refer to clothes, it probably refers to physical body hair. That seems more likely, and it seems like it fits because it's actually a covering that more closely relates to cloth. So ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑION can simply mean cloth covering. Like that's a normal use of the word, right? Let's go back to verse 15. The word covering, typically, normally, almost all the time refers to cloth covering in a context like this. Paul earlier has dealt with cloth coverings throughout the entire passage. Why is he suddenly talking about a testicle? This is such a waste of time. When translating.
Yeah, and again, so we're going to get into Benjamin's paper then, from chapter 8 to 11, because especially now in chapter 11 when you talk about sexual order, why then such a like Martin's thesis is one of those very tiny little puzzle pieces that's now been slipped in to make a cohesive, logical summarization of the whole thing in one big chunk. In other words, if you have the word covering there translated as covering, then it's a little thorn in the flesh, so to speak, in the whole cohesive argumentation from chapter 8 all the way to 11. The moment you go down the Greco-Roman medical sexual stuff perspective, the whole thing makes perfect sense. And that's part of the paper I'll read, Benjamin's paper, after this.
It is best not to add new meanings that are not needed to explain a word and a concept that is already present in the text. Number 4, Martin says that this explains why Paul wants them to cover their hair. If you see hair as a testicle, a sexual reproductive body part, it explains why Paul wants them to cover it up. He says because women's hair is genitalia and Jews don't want genitalia exposed. So the covering is meant to expose genitalia. Now I feel like we're just moving off into la la land at this point with this weird interpretation that many have grabbed onto through the endorsement of Michael Heiser mostly, who I love, by the way. I disagree with him on a bunch of things. I still love him. He's a brother in Christ. I think he's done a lot of good, and he actually had a lot of cool insights. I just can't say I consistently agree with him on things. But yeah, this is just so weird. The covering, as we've seen from the artwork, the covering didn't even fully cover a woman's hair. So it's not
just by the way, the connection to the Jewish perspectives on worship and attire with respect to God. Notice I already read, like Heiser pointed out, Martin's pointed it out, this is already an Old Testament situation which Paul is drawing upon. In a Greco-Roman Corinthian setting, especially with sex, worship, all the weird stuff that goes on in the so-called love feasts, and it's grotesque. Church order is completely different. So in other words, even if the seraphim themselves, as Isaiah 6 mentions, which is in the text, you can't avoid it. When it says the two wings cover its feet, what? It's actually covering its literal feet? Like apparently the literal feet, God has an issue with literal feet or something? No, Heiser and all these guys will point out that feet there is a euphemism for the genitals. It's just saying anything that is improper in the context of God and your proper your proper approach to God, because of the holiness of God, that's what's required. And that's the Jewish context. Paul's a Jew. He's aware of the Greco-Roman. Because notice this. Let me put it this way: this whole issue of the head covering only occurs in Corinthians. Where does this occur anywhere else in the New Testament? That in itself is a dead giveaway, because Corinth was known for this elaboration of a very complicated, how does church dynamics work in this? I mean, look at the issue of tongues, for goodness sake. Like, again, it's not some spiritual language. Tongues here is a general issue, because if you have a seaport there and you have people from around the world coming, and you have, in this case, you have the Corinthian church located right where the seaport is, and you have people coming in from different countries and different languages. Imagine a church that is multilingual. That's why you need interpreters. But at the same time, Paul encourages people to pray in their own tongue, which he's calling the unknown tongue, because God is able to understand them even in their own tongues. It doesn't mean they're speaking some Pentecostal gibberish. You know, they're praying and singing in their native tongue. And if they want to communicate to the audience, you need an interpreter for that unknown human tongue. So if you have this proliferation of different cultures and contexts and tongues and perspectives, all coming in, one of the weird, perspectives of that period over there is in this case the head covering issue, which is a little bit of a glimpse into, in this case, the Greco-Roman medical underpinnings that is going on generally in that culture. I find this to be, in other words, when I see the Bible in this lens, right? It's like a window. You're looking through a keyhole into the vast when you're talking about anthropological studies and you're talking about human psychology over vast periods of time, when you see these texts, it's like a little keyhole discovering just how vast human society and culture and history and beliefs and blah 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 blah, how rich and complicated and sometimes weird and even convoluted, but at the same time beautiful. Like, that the Bible is taking all that and preserving it for our benefit, so that it's kind of like a time capsule, that when you read these texts and go back in time to see how the gospel and God himself engages these cultures without any intimidation. God's not intimidated by this. It's not surprising to him. But the gospel is able to be powerful enough to engage these ideas. Like, we're missing, if we're just going to read it for the sake of, it sounds too weird to me, so therefore I just want to keep it simple. It's just covering. Although then that's ignoring the obvious contradiction between the two verses. It's like, then you might as well just give ammunition to those who make it a legalistic issue, that those head covering churches where they make it like they demand that's the way you ought to do it, otherwise you're not a Christian. Scholarship like this is an antidote to subjective echo chambers, specifically when you in cults. Cults are known; they thrive on the silencing of further research and study and scholarship. Why do you think they had their own cult leaders that not only dominate their congregation, but then they hinder any further research, study, or they don't encourage critical thinking and you know, to keep your mind open to any new possible meanings or discoveries that might uh, showcase a better perspicuity and clarity of the text. Um, and the more scholarship that comes out, how ironic, it's actually in defense of the Bible rather than against the Bible. It's actually showcasing all the more the so-called untidiness of the Bible is what ironically is demonstrating its beautifulness and its divine inspiration. So yeah.
Not like the covering was actually meant to hide a thing. It was a symbolic covering that just went over part of the head. The hair was still exposed. Are we meant to think that Jews are okay if you only partly expose your genitalia during worship? Hey, you need to halfway cover up that genitalia. All right, now let's worship the Lord together. Like this interpretation confuses two cultures as well. Okay, we got another thought on here. I'm trying not to turn this into a cartoon over here.
Yeah, except the Corinthian context is not talking about the Jewish culture. Paul's not talking to Jews in that Corinthian body. Yes, there are Jews, and in this case Hellenized Jews, but it's not talking about Jews of Jerusalem. It's a Corinthian letter. This is Jews in Corinth, and most of a Corinthian problem.
The Greeks thought hair had a function that helped in reproduction, but the Greeks who thought that did not treat hair like genitalia. You catch that? They did not treat hair like genitalia.
But then you see, this is why I brought up the whole prepubescent girl stuff, because that's what they did. They practiced that. Why did they practice that women from puberty onwards, only then they were to cover their hair? You see, that's the issue.
The Jews, whole different culture, they're thought to adopt this view and make it way more extreme than the Greeks did and require head coverings because the Greeks over there think that it's genitalia, but that's not even part of Jewish culture. The Greeks didn't wear coverings in their worship, and the Jews did. Like, this is just chaos. I don't know what else to say. It makes it strange also that Paul didn't want men to cover their heads, because hair does the same thing in men. It just doesn't do it as effectively when the hair is short. So why aren't men allowed to have their genitalia uncovered? Annoying. Paul explains his reasons explicitly. We do not need to just import into the text of Scripture testicles on your head nonsense in order to explain what this means. Headship, honor, shame, God's created order, and nature itself. These are the reasons Paul gives for why he has this whole thing about head coverings. He never gives a reason related to something like testicle, unless you read brand new, totally foreign ideas, cram them into verse 15 without good reasons in lexicons or context to do so.
Okay, then if that's the case, headship, honor, shame, all that stuff, then why is a cloth on a female's head even logical to begin with? Why even do it? Like, honestly, think about it. Why does it even exist? Why did the culture practice head covering for women? Yes, they did practice head covering for men, but it wasn't common. But for Paul to say things like to have a man's hair shorter, but to allow a woman's hair to be longer because it's her glory. Glory in what sense? That's her nature. Glory also in what sense? She's able to produce children. It makes her fertile. We're talking about Greco-Roman argumentation in their scientific worldview. The whole thing makes sense. For then, it's not saying that the woman needs, like, as if she will perform well if she has a head cover. No. It's again, what they're doing is they're starting with the why questions. Why women physiologically like this versus men? They're coming up with this thesis and hypothesis. Maybe the hair on the head functions as a substitute for what she lacks. Again, I just want to reemphasize this point. You're not saying that the hair is a testicle. That's why the word anti that. It's a substitute or instead of a testicle. It's what they lack, which is male testicles, that the hair has an operation to then draw up the fluids, and all the humoral theory stuff I already touched on. So if her hair is acting as an equivalent of a scrotum or a testicle, then how should we treat this physiological structure on a woman's head? Do we just let it flow around, or do we keep it organized with proper dressing if you're out in public, especially in the worship sense? That's their argumentation. And why do you think prostitutes, you see this in Greco-Roman texts, the first thing they do is uncover their hair to initiate the sexual act? Like, why do that? As far as I know, and even in the Islamic story of Muhammad and Khadija, to test whether that, the angel Gabriel supposedly is coming to Muhammad, and Muhammad wants to test it if it's a jinn, it's a demon. So one of the tests to see if it's a jinn is she uncovers her hair, and then supposedly the jinn vanishes, which means it's not a jinn, because it's not like what Paul says, because of the angels, right? So that's the point. Like, according to Paul in verse 10, the head covering is to make her not naked. If she, it sounds weird, it's bizarre, but but that's the claim, that's the belief. If she uncovers her hair, supposedly, like the sin of the watchers, noticing beautiful women, they lust after women. That's according to the Second Temple belief. Now, do I believe that? This then goes down the trajectory of the supernatural and sort of like Paul's, I suppose you could say, his anxiety of what could be the case from Genesis 6 moving forward into the Christian Corinthian context. I personally don't think in Christ women can be tormented or subject to demons and Satan and so on. But there can be, if they open themselves to it, and this is why Middle Eastern cultures take this very seriously, they can be open to oppression, in a superstitious sense. So like Paul's thorn in the flesh is a very serious, context for that. So, all right.
All right, let's look at the fifth reason that Martin gives for why this view he thinks should be promoted, why we should look at Paul and say, yeah, he's talking about here's the testicle. It's because of the phrase, because of the angels in verse 10. This is, again, a difficult phrase, a vague phrase, and sometimes people will take a difficult, vague phrase in Scripture and cram a bunch of weird theology into it, right? Mormonism does this in 1 Corinthians, or is it 2nd, where Paul says, otherwise, why do you baptize the dead? Or why are you baptized for the dead? Now, we struggle to go, what does he mean baptized for the dead? What is he talking about baptized for the dead? There's very little context to understand this. Mormonism goes and says, oh, we have an entire ritual structure and a whole theology of the afterlife based on baptizing people for the dead, and we're going to cram it into those few vague words. This is a normal thing that people do to bring in their unbiblical theology and stick it into Scriptures, find a vague phrase, shove a bunch of extra meaning into it.
And just to clarify, in chapter 15, when it says, like let's actually just go there quickly. It's actually very easy. It's not a big passage. So when it says here, down over here, otherwise, what will those people do who are being baptized because of those who have died? If the dead are not raised at all, why are they being baptized because of them? The reason why Paul is saying this, it's very simple. Those saints that have died, those saints earlier, right? So see how he says here, after that he was seen by more than 500 brothers at one time, most of whom are still alive, although some have died. If you follow the trajectory down, the argumentation down, he's talking about the pre-Pauline Creed, about the resurrection, the visitation of Jesus to all these people. Some have died. They died, but at the same time they've beheld the risen Lord and they believed and so on. And this notion of where he says, I worked harder than all the others, not I of course, but God's grace that was with me, so whether it was I or the others, this is what we preach and this is what you believed. Okay? what happens when you believe? You get baptized, right? Because when you believe, you then and what does baptism mean? Baptism is all about sharing in the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. That's what baptism is. Okay? So this is why Mormons get it wrong. Because they think you have to, it's like proxy baptisms is what they call it. You're being baptized in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus on behalf of someone, so that individual can be saved through your actions of baptism for that person. They've got it the wrong way around. When Paul speaks about being baptized on behalf of the dead, he's saying that person that has died, it's because of that person that I now believe. So, for example, David Pawson, the British theologian, he would be one of those who have passed away, and he passed away in 2020. But he would be an example of someone who, now that he's died, he's a hero of the faith to me. He would be considered a person that I would consider as one who is the reason why, one of many persons, but who helped me find this faith in Christ. Obviously, all glory to God first and foremost, but this notion of making disciples after you, right, in my name. So, in other words, if I get baptized, I give honor to David Pawson. That David Pawson is the means by which I'm now choosing baptism in Christ. That's all it means. It's not complicated. So when we come to, to have a symbol of authority on a head because of the angels, it's not an obscure verse, especially when you have the supernatural in mind, the Genesis 6, 1-4 passage, or, that whole structure. Because don't forget, in chapter 10, did he not speak about demons? With respect to the Eucharist? Paul is a Jew, a Second Temple Jew, cognizant of these other very careful intertestamental supernatural texts that a lot of Christians, unfortunately, today have no conception of, no awareness of. It's not an obscure passage.
And then, there you go. Well, that's what happens here. He says, because of the angels, implies that this is an issue of lust after women's hair, because it looks like it functions to the angels like a testicle. So it depends on the view that women, by head coverings, are protected from angelic lust, a view which I definitely reject, and I gave the reasons why earlier on up in this video. Also, the angels part, a problem with this view. Not only is it problematic because I reject that view for a number of reasons I think are solid, and prefer the holy angelic observers view, but in addition to that, this idea of the angels is not connected to verse 15, right? Women should have a symbol of authority on her head because of the angels. It's not connected to verse 15, which is saying something different. Her hair is given to her for a covering. These are two separate ideas. They're handled separately. The logic flow is different. That is why of verse 10 derives from the created order, not from the nature of hair. Man's made first and woman's made before man and all that. And then the immediate context should explain that, not some later context. And if the immediate context does explain something, that angels observing proper worship order is explained in the immediate context, don't go to a later explanation in a later context if you can help it. That's just a good interpretive rule. All right, number 6, his sixth reason why.
Yeah, but then now you're breaking up the passage. As I'll read from the paper by Benjamin, you'll see that the passage has a coherency, not just from 15 back to 10, but back to chapter 8. So, we'll get there in a moment.
Of course, his view, final one, where he says he can find it in 1 Corinthians 11, even if nobody in the Greek world ever used the term to mean that. It's because of tradition. Let's look at that quote here. Pow. All right. The traditional translation of covering does not satisfy the context, since hair provides a covering for both men and women. Martin sees, here, let me explain this one. He sees that the covering view would make sense if hair could provide the same function in a man as it does in a woman. This is where his view is like backfiring on him. According to 1 Corinthians 11, hair does provide the same function in men and women. And that's why you have to have different hairstyles between men and women. Because a man with long hair has the same kind of thing going on as the woman with long hair. The one with short hair, it's like a man. So if that's the case, then hair has the same function. See, on his view, you need, the woman has a unique function with her hair. It's pulling, things up so that you can reproduce. Whereas with man, it's resisting. It has like an opposite type deal. Okay. This view exasperates me. All right. The problem in first.
Yeah, Mike, you're misunderstanding not only Martin here, but you're not keeping in mind the humoral theory, which I'll just be repeating myself. It makes sense, yeah. See, the traditional translation of covering does not satisfy this context, since her hair provides a covering for both men and women. And then this goes into why hair even exists to begin with. Again, part of the hot bodies versus cold bodies and the frothing stuff and, all that stuff.
Corinthians 11, from my reading of the text, it does provide the same implication. It implies that the man is under someone else's headship, right? This hair and covering issue, other than Christ, or perhaps that Christ is under a lower headship. Perhaps that's implied. Paul's concern is headship, not reproductive functions. Since Martin acknowledges this parallel is part of the traditional view of ＰERIVOLAION as covering, it makes sense that when we see that same parallel in the very passage itself, that the traditional view is actually supported, not refuted. I hope that makes sense. I mean, this is the kind of thing where he says it and you're like, I don't really know if I understood it or followed it, but I think this point of his actually backfires. My bottom line is this: none of his points prove his case. And I have not even gotten into the problems, like the challenges I would present to 1 Corinthians 11 being interpreted that way. I've only examined his positive, case. Let's look at the reasons why you shouldn't view it that way, in addition to defeating the positive pro-testicle view. Oh man, some people. I'm oh-manning here not because of Troy Martin, but because of people who literally get excited because it's a view talking about testicles. That's like their excitement about it, and it's just because they're like still 13-year-olds. All right, here's how it does not fit 1 Corinthians 11. 1, the connection with headship. Man is the head of woman. This seems to be Paul's primary concern, and it has nothing to do with hair as genitalia. Right? So you're not connecting it to his primary concern. Everything else he says in the passage connects to his primary concern. Hair as genitalia has nothing to do with that. Number 2, the worship context. If head covering is a genitalia exposure issue, then it stands that heads should be covered at all times, not just in worship. But it's just in worship that Paul's interested, and that doesn't work with Martin's view. Third reason, Martin's view does not fit Paul's first analogy in verse 5. Let's look at verse 5, because that's the first time Paul brings up a relevant analogy, and it doesn't work with Martin's view. It says, every wife who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head, since it is the same as if her head were shaved. Wait, exposed hair genitalia is the same as having none at all? Exposed genitalia is the same as having none at all? That's definitely not true. I mean, you can say the connection is shamefulness, but that's what seems obvious without adding the genitalia view. If you add the view of hair as genitalia, then you have a problem. If lacking a covering is like exposing your genitals on his view, then how is that like not having any at all, having a haircut? It doesn't work. Paul is not, it would be inconsistent. Number 5, why does Paul need to go on and on with other arguments? He argues.
Hang on. What you just argued there doesn't actually make any sense. So every woman who has her head uncovered while praying or prophesying disgraces her head, for she is one and the same. While praying or prophesying disgraces her head, for she is one and the same as the woman whose head is shaved. I think, you see, this is why translation issues, like you're reading from the ESV, right? Let me just read from David Allen Black's translation, which is the ISV. So it says here, every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head, which is the same as having her head shaved. That's the issue. It's like it's dishonoring her head, and Heiser explains this. In what sense is it dishonoring her head? Who's the head in this sense? The man. So every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head, which is the same as having her head shaved. So if a woman does not cover her head, she should cut off her hair. If it is a disgrace for a woman to cut off her hair or shave her head, let her cover her own head. And so then a man should not cover his head, blah, 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 blah. So then this is why, remember when Heiser brings out Stuckenbrook's argumentation, that by the time you reach verse 10, this is why a woman should have authority over her own head, because the angels with, she's like, if I bring up Heiser's argumentation again, let's go back up. Let's see, where is it? Let's see. Calm down. Here we go. So Paul wanted women to have their hair covered as a sign that they were sexually taken, that they belonged to a man, their husbands. Why? Because of the angels. So Paul was concerned that if a woman didn't show the sign of sexual fidelity and ownership, a woman could be at risk of sexual violation by angels. Okay, that's their belief. Coming back to your reading, so every woman who has her head uncovered while praying or prophesying disgraces her head. So, for she is one and the same as the woman whose head is shaved. Again, notice the translation is like it's there's rhetoric over here, because the translation I'm reading from says it's the same as having her head shaved. It's like an equivalent, like as if she is. It's not saying that there are women with shaved heads. It's, as your translation proposes. So it's like as if she were to shave her head. So if a woman does not cover her head, she should cut off her hair. Now notice this. Why cut off her hair if she doesn't cover her head? Because if her hair acts as a substitute for testicles, and hence there's this sexual connotations going on, and but especially with the angels in verse 10, then to not have the angelic lust happen, right? That's why cut off the hair. If you're not going to cover your head. Because again, what's the argumentation? Covering the hair acts as a way of sexual fidelity and protection from the angels, according to this primitive belief. So, if you're not going to physically cover your hair, then chop off your hair and be bald-headed. Because then, if there's no hair on the head, there's no need for covering it. You see, that's the argumentation. And then, if it is a disgrace for a woman to cut off her hair or shave her head, now notice this. Notice the juxtaposition of the rhetoric and the sarcasm in Paul's language. So, if a woman does not cover her head, she should cut off her hair. But it's obvious that it's a disgrace for a woman to cut off her hair or shave her head. So, let her cover her own head. Right? And a man should not cover his head because he exists as God's image and glory, because he's not the one. His hair is not a substitute for what he already has, which is the testicles. But the woman is man's glory, right? And blah 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 blah. So when you come to the ESV rendering, every woman who has her head uncovered while praying or prophesying disgraces her head, for she is one and the same as the woman whose head is shaved. But for if a woman does not cover her head, let her also have her hair cut off. You see, it's sort of following the same argumentation I'm laying out, but you see how this particular translation misses the nuance of the rhetoric and the sarcasm in Paul's wording. And I think this is probably why you've become confused, Mike. So, I just want to point that out.
Paul it would be inconsistent. Number 5, why does Paul need to go on and on with other arguments? He argues from headship. He argues from the similarity of hairstyles. Head coverings are like hairstyles in some way. He argues from glory. He argues from creation's order. This isn't a slam dunk, but it means that the main concern can't be the genitals issue, right? It can't be hair as a testicle. It's got to be some other main concern, because he goes on and on and on about other things, and it's literally not until one word in verse 15 that you're like, testicles all of a sudden. So, yeah, that's not a slam dunk, but I think it's an important point that we should be aware of. The rescue for Martin's view on that point alone would be potentially that Paul is just adding an additional argument here at the end to a list of other reasons for head coverings. Hey, here's one more reason to do it. But then we have to admit that the whole passage, catch this, is literally fully explained without Martin's contribution. And it's only helpful when you come to verse 15, where it would be more naturally read as just a cloth covering. In that case, you've got one word that this whole thing's hanging on, and that word is way more likely explained by the common usage of the term to refer to a cloth covering the head, which is what Paul's been talking about the whole time. So many of you out there, you were persuaded by Troy Martin and by probably more so by Michael Heiser and the way he characterized the issues. I think you've been misled. I agree with Preston Macy on this one, where he says Martin's article cannot be taken seriously. It is better to take ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ in the same sense as employed by Dionysius of Halicarnassus, where it says, about to depart, he pulled his cloak over his head. ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, right? That's the idea. His ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, his covering, his head covering over his head. Certainly didn't pull something else over his head, which would have led to serious medical problems. Okay, I think I'm done with the annoying thing. Let's look at our
Okay, now that that's over, so blessings to you, Mike. Keep doing your excellent work in Christ. Despite my disagreements in this context. Now let's finish off with the argumentation that Martin made in his 2013 paper, and then from there we'll finish off with a summarization of the whole, passage, the Corinthian passage. So, okay, what I'll do is I'll highlight key portions of this paper, and then from there we'll jump straight into the conclusion. Because there's a lot in here that Winger didn't actually read in detail as to show why Martin ate Goodacre's lunch. So Martin says, I'm grateful that he has taken my proposal so seriously and has provided me with an opportunity to explain my reading in greater detail. And I'm going to make sure if I missed anything in the footnotes here. All right. So although the purpose of his article is to evaluate my reading of verse 15, he devotes the majority of his article to challenging my translation in Euripides' work and the Achilles Tatius's work, since these texts, he assumes, provide, quote, the necessary lexical basis for my desired translation. Goodacre's entire argument in his article rests on this assumption. I want to begin my response by pointing out that his assumption is questionable in light of recent linguistic theory. Keyword, recent. Modern linguistics emphasizes that words have meaning and context, and the necessary lexical basis for any particular meaning for any word is the specific context in which that word is used. So when you come down to footnote 3, which is quite extensive here, he's quoting from Semantic Theory Towards a Modern Semantics. Boldinger comments, the isolated word is put into a broader context, and through this, it is decided what is meant by the individual word. In other words, the context determines the meaning within the concrete linguistic situation. And again, later on, Evans, Oxford publication, How Words Mean, Lexical Concepts, Cognitive Models, and so on. He says the observation with which this book proceeds then is that words are never meaningful independent of the utterance in which they are embedded and the encyclopedic knowledge and extra-linguistic context which guide how words embedded in an utterance should be interpreted. So, a particular context may indicate a special meaning for a word that is not illustrated by uses of that word in other contexts. Even if other examples of this meaning cannot be found, that particular context still provides the necessary lexical basis, which is Goodacre's words, for that special meaning of that word. Footnote 4, Evans says that it is possible to assume that a word has exactly the same number of distinct meanings as the number of different sentences in which it appears. All right, that's a very key argumentation. So in this case, ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ can mean multiple different things even if it appears in the same passage. So modern linguistics emphasizes that the context of verse 15 determines the meaning of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ in this verse, even if no other context illustrate that meaning. Footnote 5 says, as observed by a large number of scholars, the meanings associated with words are flexible, open-ended, and highly sensitive to utterance context. And so after listing a number of these scholars, Evans concludes, word meaning from this perspective is always a function of a situated interpretation, the context in which any given word is embedded and to which it contributes. So, for example, this Greek word over here is Saiphesma. Phyphema. So, for example, consider the use of Phyphema in Aristophanes'. This is to do with the natural order. And this word means decree or edict in many contexts. In this line, in his play, right, the word occurs in a list of undesirable body parts that Pheidippides will have if he follows bad reasoning. So here's the Greek. If anyone here can read Greek, there it is. And the published English translations of these lines refuse to take the context seriously and to translate this word as a body part. So Jeffrey Henderson, LCL, translates, "You'll start by having a puny chest, pasty skin, narrow shoulders, a grand tongue, a wee rump, and a lengthy edict." Okay? Now what's interesting is just before this verse, because I actually looked this up, and there's a correlation between it. I wish you guys could see it, but there's a correlation between this line. The line just before this line says things like you'll have like a tiny penis, and other features. So there's a parallelism, and don't forget this is a humorous play. So when a translator then puts it this way, like a lengthy edict, right? So Martin is like, look, an edict is not a body part and is not a satisfactory translation of that Greek word in this context. The more recent translation by Roche is similarly unsatisfactory. He translates a tiny bottom and a long harangue. Harangue is not a body part, and neither of these translations make sense of the passage. Even less satisfactory are the translations that render it as long harangues or decrees and understand the word as disparaging or oratory. None of these translations make sense of this passage and in his comedy, because each fails to consider that word in this context as a reference to a body part. Now let's see, number 8. So now notice this is a very key footnote, okay? Footnote 8. So he goes, although he does not explicitly state that this refers to a penis, because that's the obvious intention here, Dover nevertheless comments that, quote, either a reference to the penis or a surprise substitute for it is what is needed. He concludes that word there, and there's your, the full phrase here, gives precisely the new twist needed. So that's a very interesting admission by Dover there. Each translation misses the hilarious point of his use of that word in reference to Pheidippides' penis. So the context is a list of body parts, and the passage makes sense only if that word is understood as referring to a body part. The passage contrasts the body parts Pheidippides will come to possess if he follows wrong thinking and not right thinking. Let's see, footnote 9. Nope. Lines 10-19 specifically contrast undesirable body parts with the desirable body parts in line 10-14, and the words in line 10-19 contrast in particular with the words, and these Greek terms means a small penis in 10-14. So the word in line 10-19 thus refers to Pheidippides' penis. Instead of refusing to understand that word in reference to a body part and specifically to a penis, we need to explore why in this context Aristophanes uses that word in reference to a penis. And so now notice where he's gonna go with it. So he's like, in many other contexts, that word refers to a decree or act representing the end result of a decision-making process that is passed by a majority of votes with small stones. Once the legislators cast their votes as stones, the decision is out of their control and rests solely with the stones. In other words, the stones determine the decision that is finally made, and this decision prescribes and controls the behavior of the populace and hopefully the legislators as well. By referring to a penis and the word, referring to a penis with that word, Aristophanes connects the penis to decision-making and behavioral control. He thus expresses a thought akin to the colloquial English notion of a man who, quote-unquote, thinks with his penis. I was going to say dick, but that's like it's a swear word. If Pheidippides follows wrong reason, his decision-making will rest not with him and his good sense, but with his, quote-unquote, long penis. Aristophanes explains how in the lines that follow. In these lines, the subject of the two verbs is not clearly stated. The subject could be wrong reason, since these verbs form part of the apodosis for the protasis, which reads, if you, Pheidippides, practice what current men practice, blah, 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 blah. So since wrong reason instructs these men to do what they do, wrong reason could be what persuades Pheidippides that the shameful is good and fills him with unnatural lust as well. The subject, however, is more likely Pheidippides' long penis, since these words are the last image left in the mind of the audience before these verbs are spoken. Thus, Pheidippides' long penis will convince him that the shameful is good and fill him with unnatural lust. Seeing Pheidippides' long penis as the subject of these verbs contributes to the humor of these lines. So whether wrong reason or a long penis is the subject of these verbs, the flow of thought is similar. The reference to his long penis allows Aristophanes to transition from a list of undesirable body parts to a description of Pheidippides' moral degradation resulting from his following wrong reason. So, in this example, the context specifies the referent of penis for that word, which means ultimately decree. It's used in that it's used in that derogative sense, obviously in a sarcastic, humorous sense. So this referent is not given for that word in LSJ, and as far as I can tell, that word never refers to a penis anywhere else in the surviving literature from the ancient world. Considering this example, one cannot say that there is no lexical basis for translating that word as penis, or that penis is an incorrect translation of that word, just because there are no lexical parallels to support this referent in Aristophanes' work. Yet Goodacre's argument, based on his questionable linguistic assumption, would require denying that the word there refers to penis in this passage. Another one is, he gives now another example, and an even more pertinent example, is the use of this Greek word in reference to testicles in Aristotle's Generation of Animals. This word means not, syllogism, or clamp in other contexts, but is used associated with the testicles only in this passage in Aristotle and in the commentary on this passage by John Philoponus. Goodacre's argument requires providing other texts in which this word is used in association with the testicles before allowing this association in this passage in Aristotle. No association other than testicles, however, makes sense of that word in the context of that Generation Animals text. Furthermore, Aristotle uses the singular form of this word in reference to the testicles, even though Goodacre reasons, quote, if Paul had wished to contrast women's hair with male testicles in verse 15, we would have expected him to use a plural noun, which is what Mike Winger was getting at as well. So although other examples could be cited, these two from Aristotle and Aristophanes are sufficient to demonstrate the dubious linguistic assumption of Goodacre's argument against my reading of peribolon as testicle. Goodacre thus dismisses Euripides and the other, those two texts, the two lexical illustrations I provide, and conclude that testicle is an incorrect translation of peribolon. He further concludes, there is no basis then for translating peribolon as testicle. Goodacre's entire argument in his article rests on his mistaken linguistic assumption that by dismissing these two illustrative texts, he has destroyed my case for translating peribolon as testicle. Even if I were to concede even if I were to concede, for the sake of argument, that Goodacre had dismissed the 2 lexical illustrations I provide, he still cannot cogently conclude that parabolon does not mean testicle in verse 15, because the context of this passage must be considered. Context. This lack of consideration I deem to be the weakest part of his article, for he does not account for the context but skirts it. He says that my reading opens up a new and intriguing possibility, and that my exposition of ancient attitudes to sex and gender is intriguing. So notice this, Martin is open to even Goodacre's acknowledging that this is intriguing. He concludes that the interesting ancient medical data may shed light on the kinds of perspectives that Paul and his readers shared with respect to hair, but in the absence of the necessary lexical basis for the desired translation of verse 15, Martin's case is not established. So Goodacre does not discuss the context of parabolon in verse 15, but ignores this context, which is the most important lexical basis for translating parabolon as testicle. Again, this is why Heiser says something like, Martin just eats Goodacre's lunch in this sense, because Goodacre is spending a lot of his time having issue with Martin's exegesis of that Greek word in other writings, which is faulty, and doesn't provide his own alternative for how you translate that word, or all the the discrepancies in the Corinthian passage in itself. Aside from lexical illustrations, I would argue that the most persuasive evidence for translating parabolon as testicle is a specific context of verse 15. In this passage, Paul develops an argument from nature about the different functions of long hair in men and women. The context is thus one of physiology and the contrasting body parts of men and women. Paul's statement that long hair is given by nature to a woman instead of a parabolon requires a translation of parabolon that refers to a male body part lacking in a woman but having a function corresponding to her long hair. Right? It's obvious, right? And this is why in footnote 13 he's like, I tried to make this point clear when I wrote, and this is what he wrote in the first paper, since parabolon is contrasted with hair, alright, notice this, there's a contrasting of this term with hair, which is part of the body. The physiological semantic domain then of the word parabolon in verse 15 becomes particularly relevant. That's the issue. So, the only translation proposed thus far that satisfies this context of this word, the parabolon word, right, which does mean covering or clothing or garment, but when seen elsewhere, the way it's used elsewhere in medical texts, where it translates to testicle, then it's very natural then to read this as testicle. Elsewhere, I provided the substantial gynecological material demonstrating long feminine hair as the functional counterpart to a male testicle, and testicle is the only translation of parabolon that makes sense of the passage and provides a cogent explanation of Paul's argument and his flow of thought. The traditional translation of covering does not satisfy this context, since his hair provides a covering for both men and women. Now this, remember a moment ago, Mike Winger highlighted this comment, and again, Mike, I recommend that you just present the whole paragraph in its full, because you've either misunderstood or you're not allowing your audience to fully appreciate the fuller argument that Martin's laying out over here. So what does he mean by this? The traditional translation of covering does not satisfy this context, since hair provides a covering for both men and women. Let's keep going. This traditional translation thus leads to conclusions that Paul's flow of thought does not make sense, or that Paul has lost the thread of his argument. Okay? Which, by the way, since you quoted Preston Massey's comment about parabolon, Martin engages Preston. So see what he says. Neither does the more recent suggestion of hairstyles as the issue makes sense of Paul's argument. And he quotes Preston here, and he's like, Massey's linguistic argument against hairstyles would be more conclusive if he had shown that this issue does not satisfy the physiological context of this passage, and especially of Parabolaion. So, Goodacre states that there may be good answers to the puzzles thrown up by this passage. If he has any good answers, I certainly would like to hear them so I can evaluate their merit in the light of my proposed reading. Martin is being open-minded here. He's not close-minded. He's not... This in itself is a sign that he's a good scholar. He's open to a critical re-evaluation of his thesis. At present, however, only my reading makes sense of this passage and satisfies the lexical context of Parabolaion. Since translating Parabolaion as lexical makes sense of the context, I would argue that this context is the necessary lexical basis for this translation, even if the word, just as the other words, right, never occurs elsewhere with this meaning in the material that survives from the ancient world. The problem with providing lexical illustrations for these words and others like them is that colloquial euphemisms are often used for sexual body parts. Footnote 17 says, now check this out. Now this is, again, something that Mike Winger, you didn't it would be fair if you show something like this to your audience, is what I'm getting at. So footnote 17 is vital for this. So the euphemisms are numerous and diverse, as Dover comments, quote, we must be prepared for the possibility that words which we could not recognize as sexual by inspecting them in isolation had a precise sexual reference. And among other examples, Dover cites, the use of, say, rope in reference to Love Cleon's penis, or the general comic use of the plural of barley as a slang for penis. Who would have thought barley is penis, right? But there you go. That's the stuff that you see in this literature. So the material that survives from the ancient world, however, is largely literary, technical, scientific, and the living colloquial speech is often not adequately represented. It is not surprising that the two illustrative texts I provide are from plays and erotic literature. Notice this is key. It is not surprising that the two illustrative texts I provide are from plays and erotic literature, which preserve more of the colloquial speech than some of the other types of ancient materials. If only the literary production of intellectuals and academics in other culture survives the next 2,000 years, we should not be surprised if colloquial terms such as balls, nuts, or family jewels, in reference to testicles, are rarely represented in that body of literature. Okay? Now, let me re-emphasize this point. Imagine 2,000 years from now, some historian comes across Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time. It's a scientific mathematical treatise on, the history of the universe, Big Bang and all that stuff. It's very unlikely that Stephen Hawking will use balls, nuts, or family jewels, but maybe he'll use the word ball. Okay? Maybe not, depending on if he's speaking about nuts of a space shuttle or something. But most likely ball in the sense of there's a lot of geometrical arguments like the spherical shape of whatever, like Stephen Hawking may use arguments like a tennis ball versus a basketball, and obviously Stephen Hawking's not going to be speaking about the testicles in a scientific corpus. Okay? Now, where am I going with this? I want to read out if that same historian came across... Now, a lot of you are going to love this. If that same historian came across a movie play by Austin Powers, okay? There's a certain individual watching that will find this hilarious. But I'll go along. I'll just present this so you can see what I'm doing with this. So, in Austin Powers, there's a scene in the third movie where Austin and his dad are this is actually considered, like, even though the movies are very goofy and out there and quite naughty, and it's an adult comedy, but this is considered one of the best. Like, out of all the three movies, this one really made a lot of the British viewers of this movie really laugh out loud, because this is actually brilliant writing, even though it's crude. It's very crude humor, but this is exactly what Martin is trying to communicate. Okay, notice this. Imagine 2,000 years from now, you're reading this, but without the translation, because the translations are in brackets when it says subtitle, blah 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 blah. That's a translation or a paraphrasing of these euphemisms that are being used. Okay, so here's what happens. So Austin says, "Listen, Dad, if you are going to say naughty things in front of these American girls, then at least speak English. Notice the double emphasis, like English. Okay. So his dad looks back at the girls and he's like, "All right, my son, I could have had it away with this cracking Julie, my old China." Okay, what the heck is this? How do you understand this? So subtitle, I was about to make love to this pretty girl. Austin says, "Are you telling a bunch pork pies and a bag of trout? Because if you're feeling Quigley, why not just have a J. Arthur?" Translation, is this true? If you were aroused, why didn't you pleasure yourself? So Austin's dad says, "What? Billy no mates?" And what, basically that's a translation of what alone. So having a J. Arthur alone. And then Austin goes, "Too right, youth." It's basically indeed. So the dad says, "Don't you remember the Crimbo Dindin we had with the grotty Scots bint? And translation, remember Christmas dinner with the Scottish girl?" Austin says, "Oh, the one that was all 6s and 7s?" Which is basically saying the insane one. And then the dad goes, Yeah, she was the trouble and strife of the Morris dancer what lived up the apples and pears. So she was the wife of the dancer who lived upstairs. Austin says she was the barrister what become a bobby in a lorry, and ... a lawyer who became a policeman in a truck, and then this gibberish. Then they say tea kettle, and then it says and then she shat on a turtle. So now this bit here, this she shat on a turtle, is really grotesque. I won't translate it, but it's a very grotesque sexual image. If you follow the argumentation down in this conversation. So this is what Martin's trying to suggest with, if you can have crude humor in Austin Powers, you can have crude humor even back in the Greco-Roman world. Okay, so then coming back to Martin, so let's see if there's anything else I need to read here. So he responds back to Goodacre's situation with Parabalon and the Euripides and so on. I can skip all this over here. yeah, this is coming back to the, this particular translation. With my translation asserts, so when he says, saying literally, after I see my bags of flesh, which are the outside signs of puberty, or saying dynamically, and this is Martin's translation, after I see my testicles, which are the outside signs of puberty, Goodacre points out that there are important problems with my translation and asserts testicle is an incorrect translation. So instead of a body part, Goodacre prefers to understand parabolaia as a clothing metaphor and to translate the clause as useful vestures of flesh or useful garb of flesh. Although he points to problems with my translation, he fails to recognize at least 3 significant problems with his own. The first problem is his inconsistent treatment of the plural parabolaia as a clothing metaphor. He translates it with both the plural noun clothes and the singular noun garb before finally settling on the plural noun vestures. He appeals to all published translations of the passage to support his translation of parabolaia. Almost all of these translations, however, render the Greek plural noun with an English singular noun. Hence, Buckley translates parabolaia as vesture, Browning as garb, Coleridge as cloak. For support, Goodacre also appeals to Ulrich, who comments on this passage: to see the body as a garment, singular, is a metaphor stemming from Orphic circles. The published English translations and the comment by Ulrich indicate that the bodily clothing metaphor employs a single noun, not a plural one, such as parabolaia in Euripides. So several texts demonstrate the use of a single noun rather than a plural in clothing metaphors referring to the body. The body is described as a sack and as a robe, garment, coat, cloak, or tunic. Now this is very... Let me delete that. This bit here is exceedingly an important argument that Martin has just made. How curious. The body is described as a sack, a robe, garment, coat, cloak, tunic. The body. Okay? Philo's interpretation of Genesis 3:21 is particularly instructive. Although the text of Genesis contains the plural garments of skin, Philo shifts to the singular garment of skin. Each time he refers to a single individual body. In texts that contain bodily clothing metaphors, a singular noun is thus commonly used as a metaphorical reference to the body. So Goodacre mentions a few texts that use a plural noun in a clothing metaphor, but he fails to recognize that the context of these uses differ. But he fails to recognize that the context of these uses differs markedly from the use of parabola in Euripides' text, right? So one text is another one from Euripides, which contains the phrase garments of flesh, in reference to the bodies of the cows and bulls that are being torn asunder by the Bacchae. Although garments is plural, the context of many cows and bulls indicates that each bovine has only a single body or garment of flesh. So another text cited by Goodacre is Plato's of text by Plato, which compares a succession of cloaks worn out by a weaver to the many bodies worn out by a soul. At any given time, however, the soul is wearing only a single garment or body, since Plato writes, when the soul perishes, it must necessarily have on its last cloak. Plato refers to a single individual body not with the plural cloaks, but with the singular cloak. The final text cited by Goodacre, again in Euripides, which refers to our having put on garments of death. The plural subject and verb in this context indicate that each person mentioned bears only a single mortal body or garment of death and not many bodies or garments at the same time. So again, Mike, when you say that Martin has misunderstood Goodacre, I don't understand why you're saying that, because Martin is going toe-to-toe with all of Goodacre's arguments in his paper. And he's directly responding to each argumentation. Goodacre didn't actually do that in his paper. So he continues. Down in footnote 20 it says, other texts not mentioned by Goodacre that use a plural noun in a clothing metaphor in reference to many bodies also have in view only a single garment for each body. So, for example, even Origen, right, in regards to his Celsus text, although this latter text may be explained by Zechariah 3 or the Transfiguration of Jesus. So, the context of these three texts therefore differs markedly from the context of that initial passage, which has only a single individual body in view at the specific time of puberty. So referring to Heracles' body with a clothing metaphor as vestments of flesh or garments of flesh is very unusual and not supported by any of the texts or material that Goodacre provides. So in footnote 21, one other text cited by Goodacre is this Pindar one. This text describes clothes covering mortal members of the body and the earth's being the final clothing of these members. This text does not use the plural clothes or garments as a reference to a single body and is therefore not parallel to the use of parabolaia and Euphrates. So this unusual use of the plural parabolaia as a clothing metaphor for an individual body signals caution in translating this word as clothes, vestures, or garb. I have not been able to find a precedent early enough to illustrate a plural noun in reference to a single body in a clothing metaphor, and much later than Euphrates, so the Jewish and Christian traditions speak of an individual's wearing garments in an afterlife, and these garments may refer to an individual's body. And I've already referred to this from like David Orn's Revelation commentary. Garments utilized but garments speaking about a singular glorified body. The sources of these traditions and Jesus' transfiguration. So in both of these sources, the garments do not refer to the body of the prophet or to the body of Jesus, whose face and hair are described separately from his garments. Hence, the secondary literature debates whether the plural noun garments in these traditions refer to the body or simply to an individual's moral and spiritual condition in the afterlife. In either case, the use of the plural garments is too late and too tradition-specific to provide a precedent for reading, or a precedent for reading the plural parabolaia in Euphrates' text as a clothing metaphor referring to a single body. So Goodacre's inconsistent treatment of the plural parabolaia is the first significant problem with his contention that this noun is a clothing metaphor referring to the entire body of Heracles rather than to body parts such as testicles. Almost all of the published translations of this passage want to translate the plural parabola as though it was singular to fit the clothing metaphor. To his credit, Goodacre finally settles on a plural translation of parabola as vestures, but he does not consider that the plural is unnatural for a clothing metaphor on which he bases his translation. Translating the plural parabola as a reference to body parts in this passage is therefore much more natural than understanding it as a clothing metaphor. Furthermore, the specific context of parabola in this passage points to even more significant problems with Goodacre's clothing metaphor. So then the second significant problem with Goodacre's contention is that parabola does not refer to testicles in Euphrates in his translation of the participle, and this particular participle here is, we're talking about youth, right? The youthful, right? So the English word youthful has a broad semantic range, since youth includes stages of development both before and after puberty. And the Greek verb, however, is a denominative verb formed from the noun for hebe, so which refers to the pubic hair or pubes, and then to other aspects of development associated with puberty. Let's see, 23, nope. So Aristotle comments, now in human beings the stage, which is puberty, is marked by change in the voice, and by change both in the size and in the appearance of the sexual organs, and above all by the growth of the pubic hair. And there's the Greek word over there. So Goodacre's translation of the participial form of this denominative verb as youthful obscures the essential connection of this participle and parabolaia, the noun it modifies, with puberty. In contrast, my translation of this participle as which are the outward signs of puberty makes this connection explicit. That's the point. He's making it an explicit connection. So Goodacre criticizes my translation as clunky and a lexical leap, but he does not demonstrate that it is a lexical leap. My translation satisfies the context of specifying a time when Heracles' labors began, namely at the time when his testicles appeared at puberty. So in other words, notice that Martin's translation, even if it's dynamical, it's a dynamical translation. But the dynamical translation is still accurate in the sense that it's arguing that the only reason why Heracles performs hard labor is because he's man enough now, because the signs of puberty, which is his testicles, are there. Otherwise, if they weren't there, he wouldn't be doing what men do when they've grown up. So, furthermore, Goodacre's translation of the participle as youthful vestures of flesh overlooks the fact that the participle with this meaning would more naturally modify sarkos than parabola. The ancients certainly distinguished, this is flesh basically, modify flesh with testicle. So the ancients certainly distinguished between old and youthful flesh. In an extended discussion, one Hippocratic author explains the difference between the flesh of young and old. When someone is described as bearing youthful flesh, the participial form, so of youth there, modifies this word for flesh. So thus, Aeschylus describes Lasthenes as sporting or bearing youthful flesh. And here's your, so notice here's your flesh. Notice you have this, right, but then you have a variant spelling over here. So, Goodacre's translation of the participle in Euripides' work would be more natural if the participle modified flesh, but it does not. It modifies parabola. When distinguishing between young and old bodies, the ancients prefer the expressions youthful flesh and old flesh to youthful garments and old garments. So Goodacre's translation of the clause as youthful vestures of flesh is therefore neither as natural nor as straightforward as he implies. And the third significant problem with Goodacre's treatment of this clause is his inadequate consideration of the verb I acquired. Whatever the word parabola means in this context, it refers to something that's associated with puberty that Heracles acquired. To imply as Goodacre does that Heracles acquired youthful vestures of flesh or a body of flesh at puberty overlooks Heracles' having a youthful body of flesh both before and after this time. Instead of a body, the primary acquisition for males at puberty is the testicles, according to the common view that the testicles first appeared on the outside of the male body at puberty. So this is another very important point Martin is making. If you go along with Goodacre's translation, that means apparently Heracles was like, he had like a body modification where he was dressed again with young flesh. That makes no sense. You see, in other words, did not Goodacre realize the implications of his translation? It's like Heracles, was stripped off of whatever flesh he had and then put on new flesh. It's weird. That's not what the passage is saying. Rather, there's an emergence of, what we would call the signs of puberty. So Hippocrates describes puberty as marked by the appearance of a testicle on the outside of the body. Galen quotes Hippocrates approvingly and describes the testicles as appearing or swelling out at puberty. The Greek verb accurately expresses this ancient perception that the testicles were the primary acquisition of males at puberty, and that their and that their appearance marked the passage from a child to a pubescent youth. This verb supports translating the plural parabola in Euripides' work there as testicles, not vestures, and Goodacre's translation does not adequately account for this verb. This is again something that Mike Winger did not touch on whatsoever in this, in his response paper. The issue to be decided, therefore, is whether Goodacre's translation, youthful vegetables of flesh, or my translation, bags of flesh, and specifically testicles, more adequately renders, here's your sarcos parabolaia. So, in other words, which would you prefer, youthful vegetables of flesh, or bags of flesh, which is basically testicles, which is a dynamic translation of these words here. So the phrase bags of flesh is an apt description of testicles. Aristotle says that the testicles are not exactly the same as flesh, but are not far from it. He makes this statement because he considers flesh to be a uniform part of the body, whereas a testicle is a non-uniform part of the body. A piece can be cut from uniform parts such as flesh, bone, hair, blood, and that part still remains completely flesh, bone, hair, or blood. A piece cut from a non-uniform part, such as the face, hand, or testicle, cannot fully be that bodily part, but only a piece of that part. Thus, Aristotle cannot say that the testicles are exactly the same as flesh, but he recognizes that they are not far from it. He perceives them to be very flesh-like. So physiologically, a testicle is a mass of flesh enclosed in a membrane or sac. Anyone who has ever castrated or slaughtered an animal and cut into a testicle would recognize Euperides's phrase, sarcos parabolaia, as a reference to the testicles. So the ancients often slaughtered and castrated animals and even ate the flesh of testicles. Even today, believe it or not, there are people even today that eat animal testicles and genitals. And so Galen comments, the people around me cut the testicles off young pigs and bulls and goats and sheep. All the animals just mentioned have testicles that are difficult to digest and unwholesome, although when cooked properly they are nourishing. Okay, let me see if there's any anything in the footnotes here. Yeah, there's nothing over here. So he points out that the defects and virtues of the testicles as food parallel with what was said about flesh. So Euripides' description of the testicles as bags of flesh would have been very familiar to the ancients, and their familiarity with the physical nature of testicles, therefore, is a very persuasive argument that sarcos parabolaia in Euripides' text refers to Heracles' testicles and not to garments or vestures as a metaphor for Heracles' entire body, as Goodacre wants to translate. This here is Martin eating Goodacre's lunch, to quote Heiser again. Goodacre states that there are important problems with my translation of the passage from Euripides, but I've demonstrated that Goodacre's translation encounters problems more significant than mine. I maintain that translating Parabolaia's testicles in this passage fits the context better and provides a lexical illustration for the usage of this word in 15. My case for translating Parabolaia as testicle in 15, however, ultimately depends not on Euripides' text, but on the specific context of the passage in 1 Corinthians. So the second text I provide as lexical illustration, let's see if I need to read this. Yeah, he's basically saying that once you take into account the other text as well, I think I've demonstrated sufficiently that this word does convey this meaning. So I hope Goodacre can now also see this passage in the erotic work as an allusion to male and female sexual organs. But again, my case for translating Parabolaia as testicle does not finally rest on his seeing this allusion in that other work. So, in conclusion, I want to respond to some scattered arguments that Goodacre makes against my reading. Goodacre concludes, if Paul had wished to contrast women's hair with male testicles in verse 15, we would have expected him to use a plural noun, and the noun of choice would have been, now this Greek word here is testicles. Paul could not have used, now this is Martin's response, Paul could not have used that word, however, without confusing his readers, since the semantic range of this Greek word includes both male testicles and female ovaries. Again, this is something Mike Winger did not touch on in his response. So notice in footnote 30, Actually, wait, it'll continue down in the next page. So, both genders does have. Now, this is the plural of that word there. So they both have that, right? But the appearance and function of these, of the plural, differs significantly between the genders. So a female, quote unquote, genital, or testicle, or what he would call an ovary, is flat, thin, and small, and plays a marginal role in her genital system. In contrast, a male testicle is large, hollow, and porous. It plays a most significant role in drawing the blood-like fluid and concocting it into pure semen, which goes back to the humoral theory stuff. Referring to a male testicle as a bag thus distinguishes it and its function from the female's, quote-unquote testicle, since she does not have a bag. If the English word testicles, for example, could refer both to male testicles and female ovaries, then an English writer would need to use colloquial expressions such as balls and nuts to specify the meaning of male testicles. Which means, imagine if you use balls and nuts for women. You can't. It doesn't make any sense. So since the Greek word does not refer to a male body part lacking in a woman, this word does not therefore fit the contextual requirements of verse 15. Paul must use a colloquial word to specify a male testicle and its function in contrast to a female's genital system, and the word he uses is ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, which is best rendered by the English word testicle. Goodacre further states, if Paul had wished to contrast women's hair with male testicles, we would have expected him to use a plural noun. Paul, however, does not use plural nouns in context similar to verse 15, and Paul's ancient physiology does not perceive the testicles as working in tandem in the same way as the kidneys or lungs. So this is again something Mike Winger seems to miss in this argumentation. So notice carefully what Martin says. The testicles' independent function is similar to the function of the eyes or ears, in that a man with only one testicle, eye, and ear can still reproduce, see, and hear. When Paul speaks of dual body parts that function independently of one another, he customarily speaks of the singular eye, hand, or ear, and not the plural. That's the key issue. Notice then specifically in footnote 33, Martin says, when Paul refers to dual body parts and their mutual function is in view, however, he then uses the plural. So, for example, the plural feet in chapter 12, verse 21. So, in verse 15, Paul contrasts the function of a woman's long hair with male testicles, and he characteristically does so with the singular ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ rather than the plural ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ. Furthermore, Goodacre insists that if sarkos ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ in Euripides means testicles, then the limiting genitive sarkos must occur with ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ in verse 15 if ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ means testicle. There are so many nouns that express a particular meaning with and without a limiting genitive that his insistence seems arbitrary and unrealistic in the case of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ. The context determines whether a limiting genitive is needed to specify the meaning of a noun, or whether this noun can be used with this meaning without the genitive. In any case, our task is not to rewrite what Paul has written, but to try to make sense of the words as he has written them. Finally, Goodacre criticizes me for not giving more attention to possible alternative meanings of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ in verse 15. Actually, I did consider the possible reference to ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ to the scrotum more seriously than my brief reference in a footnote indicates. This alternative is appealing because the scrotum is called a wrapping, which falls within the semantic range of ΠΕΡΙΒΟΛΑΙΟΥ, although not in reference to a scrotum. And Aristotle calls scrotum a shelter or a covering that protects the testicles. He calls it the skin that surrounds the testicles and the skin covering. In reference to the scrotum, Aristotle uses words such as, now notice how similar these Greek words are to the spelling to the word for covering, which are rendered with the English word wrapping. Galen also describes the scrotum as surrounding a testicle. So understanding parabolon in 15 as a reference to a scrotum is thus appealing. In addition, the male genital structure is downward and outward, while the female structure is inverted from the male and is orientated inward and upward. Let's see, 35. Okay. By the way, this, when it says here the female structure is inverted from the male and is orientated inward and upward, he's not talking about the hair, just to clarify. He's talking about he's talking about the uterus and the vagina and like inward, upward, that body part there. So the scrotum therefore forms the covering for the extremity of the male genital structure, just as a woman's hair forms a covering for the extremity of her genital system. Thus, it is possible for parabolon in 15 to mean scrotum, as I suggest in a footnote. And I decided not to pursue this alternative, however, because the function of a woman's hair is more similar to the structure and function of a male testicle. The structure of the scrotum is skin wrapped around the testicles, while the testicles themselves are hollow and porous, similar to the hollow and porous structure of a woman's hair. The function of a scrotum is to protect the testicles and keep them warm, although it participates in the concoction of semen. It does not draw the semen downward as a testicle does. Since a woman's hair participates in the drawing up of semen, I decided that the contrasting male part to a woman's hair in verse 15 is a testicle, not the scrotum. Nevertheless, parabolon in 15 may refer to a scrotum, but it seems to me that a reference to a testicle is the better alternative. And here we go. Here's the final conclusion of here's the final conclusion of his paper. So he says, after careful considering Goodacre's evaluation and article, I conclude that my reading of parabolon as testicle in 15 makes better sense of this passage than any other reading proposed thus far. If Goodacre or anyone else can suggest a more cogent reading, I'm happy to consider it. Until then, I shall continue to read this passage in the only way that it makes sense, by translating parabolon in the context of 15 as testicle. Okay. Now that I've done that, this is like a 5-hour. I know this has been a 5-hour stream. I'm going to quickly summarize Griffin's paper here. So Benjamin Giffon says, let's see if I can bring it down over here. Case that you have to read chapter 8 to 11. It suggests that the cultic practices of ancient Israel described with respect to ritual eating and sexuality serve as a unifying motif. Ancient Israelite law provided many detailed requirements for eating, strict parameters for the sexual activity of priests, yet ritual sexual part of Orthodox Israelite worship, sexual rites. And so all of this is linked in pause by the common thread of the generative and car of food and sex. Alright, so when we come down to so he's going to break it all down. Sex and display of reproductive organs precluded from Yahweh worship. So remember when Martin spoke about how you have to be dressed a certain way. right? So he's summarizing this over here, in this passage over here, which it's just repeating the same stuff we already looked at. So notice the covering the feet, it's a euphemism for genitals, and all that stuff. Okay. Ritual eating is essential to Yahweh worship. Okay? Argumentations here, this offerings consumed by fire, consumed by the priest, all that stuff. The peace offerings and... Okay, I'll go down next. Ritual eating and sex in ancient Near Eastern and Greco-Roman religious practice. So he's going to go into this... let's actually read it. So ritual eating described and prescribed in the Hebrew Bible is well within the bounds of what we find in ancient Near Eastern practice. In fact, food as part of the religious ritual is nearly ubiquitous. So Beckman describes the range of foods used in Hittite ritual activities. So honey, oil, fruit, flour, cheese, right? Let's see. So Newton has provided a sweeping survey of the function of human context. While it's probably the case that Israelite Jewish Christian polemics against the religious practices of the prevalence of cultic sexual activity, it is true such activity is found on the religion of the ancient Near East and Greco-Roman world. So you have what's called sacred prostitution between male worshippers and priestesses in exchange for temple donations. At least the latter practice, and possibly the former, was known in Syria of Palestine. And let's see. Yeah, this is just continuing on sacred marriages, all this weird stuff. Okay. Rosner presents evidence of what he calls temple prostitution, but argues that there's little direct evidence for sacred prostitution, ritual sex designed to increase fecundity and fertility in Corinth. So, in summary, okay, the conception of religious ritual that stands behind Paul's discourse from chapter 8 to 11 is this: priests are sustained by eating portions of offerings and tithes. Worshippers and priests eat sacrifice to commune with the deity. Priests must be able to have sex and reproduce. Sexuality as a way of communing with the deity was believed and practiced in the wider culture. Sexuality must not be part of the worship of Yahweh, including any display of reproductive organs. Alright, that's the summary so far. Okay? So, when you get into ritual eating and sex in these passages now, let's see, I'm going to come down. Okay, so he goes, now notice this. Now this is the crux of, so the power of Martin's argument leads then to, now Benjamin coming up with this argumentation, and I think it's brilliant. So he's like, while idle meat and matters of conscience might not seem to us to be connected to sexuality, gender, propriety, and worship, for Paul's audience of Jews and Gentiles, matters of ritual eating and sex were intimately connected, which is what Mike Winger was thinking, that people are running too far afield with this. But again, a Hellenized Jewish/Greco-Roman culture is important here. So I will here examine the text of 1 Corinthians 8, suggesting ways in which the motif of participating with the deity through ritual eating and sex should inform interpretation. I begin with a prerogative contention that ritual sexual activity is the background for the head covering passage. The next step will be to show the overlap between ritual eating and sex in two passages, one more obvious and the other less so. So, now we get into Martin's argumentation he's going to use here. So let's see how he says, so this passage is one of the most widely discussed and difficult passages in the Pauline corpus because of its obscurity and its palatability to modern interpreters and apparently conflicting statements about whether hair constitutes a head covering. It is also the most problematic section for trying to discern an overall theme in the section. Without this interruption, the conclusion of the discussion of idol meat and participation with Christ, which is, it ends in chapter 11 verse 1, right, starts this discussion about the head covering, so it continues on into the passage into verse 1, would flow appropriately into the instructions for the Lord's Supper, which is, guess what, after verse 16, because see, it starts in verse 17. So then he goes, Troy Martin argued quite provocatively, in 2004, that parabolon, which is used in verse 15 and translated as covering, is used in Greek physiological and literary texts to mean testicle. And then he says, the verse would therefore mean that a woman's long hair is given to her in place of a testicle. While this interpretation may seem quite obscure, Martin marshals a great deal of evidence from Greco-Roman sources that a woman's long hair on her head was understood to be, and this is everything we've just discussed, right? And he's now rereading what, let's see here, this is all Martin's argumentation. So then he connects it to the worship of Yahweh, not covering your, have a proper covering in worship and so on, everything we just looked at. So now notice he goes, although responses to Martin's thesis have been mixed, okay, let's see footnote 26. So here's a lengthy footnote that says this. Look at all the assumption, and we've just read Martin's 2013 response. There is one more scholar that's persuaded by Martin's thesis in another JB paper in 2005. Okay. Now, Roy Ciampa and Brian Rosner admit, even if one does not accept Troy Martin's unlikely proposal that the word normally translated covering should be understood as a reference to male testicle, there is sufficient evidence to suggest that women's hair was instituted by a mature Roman woman to expose herself or her hair to the penetrating sexual gaze of a man was the virtue that she was available for other types of sexual penetration. This is in a pillar New Testament commentary of Corinthians. They also point to the costume of the Roman bride, powers of fertility, bowls of the flaminicas, and by extension any woman's hair, was symbolic of Michael Lake image and the glory of God. Martin's proposal that parabolon signifies testicle also has, however, given the paucity of evidence to suggest either Paul's in his reading, especially since the topic of parabolon's cover. That's basically the rundown of the scholarship thus far, and these particular scholars, unfortunately, Mike Winger did not utilize. Okay, so then he says, although the responses to Martin's thesis have been mixed, I find myself quite conflicting instructions. Moreover, it makes better sense of the reference to a woman having a symbol of authority because of the angels than some other options that have been proposed, if long hair is understood as part of a woman's reproductive system. And then her head covering is analogous to the seraphim covering their genitals in Yahweh's presence. So Paul recognizes the equality. Now notice this. That means this fits more an egalitarian proposal. Paul recognizes the equality of men and women as conduits of revelation, but also the inherent biological difference. Nuance of I think this would be a powerful argument that Mike Winger should utilize. So okay, then chapter 10 to 13. In this regard over here, I'll skip all that. Chapter 9 is all about Paul as priest, foregoing rights to tithes and Christian marriage. I'll skip all that. This is sort of going like in a chiastic sense. Chapter 8, 10, and 11, sacrifice eating as participating in demons or Christ. And then chapter 8 specifically has the beautiful rendering of the Shema, which is quite significant in that sense, in light of this larger context, that the true God, Jesus, and the Father is your participation with. So here's the conclusion. Check this out. Let's see. So what he's doing is he's just summarizing. So he's saying there's parabolon with the sexual rights. He's then connecting the Second Temple Enochian interpretation of Genesis 6, wonderful, which is what Heiser does. And then he says, I would say that it does indeed seem that Paul is going somewhere with his answers to the Corinthians, beginning with questions about the goodness of marriage, the body and sex in chapter 7, then to food, sex, and worship in the sections under discussion, and concluding with the great chapter on resurrection, affirming the goodness of the created human body, which is chapter 15. And so then finally, when you come down to the actual chart that he lays out, notice the structure. The structure is a coherent whole, breaking it down, where now you have over here in relation to how men should be dressed in the sexual sense. Okay, that's a long stream. And I'm going to end it there, folks. Whatever comments that were laid out, I apologize for not interacting with the comments, but Mike, in closing, God bless you, brother. Much love to you. Keep up the good work, despite these subtle little non-salvific issues of disagreement. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time during a Q&A or something else. Okay, see you, folks.